following is a presentation of the Trojan Sports Network.
Here at Winter Holder Field as the 9th-ranked Trojans open up conference play today against St. Francis out of Fort Wayne. We're joined by the Trojans head coach Kyle Gould. What is this day like for those of us that never had a chance to experience before?
Well, it's we do a lot in the pre-conference season to get ready for conference play, and I feel like we played a lot of really good teams and saw a lot of great arms, a lot of good hitters, and played a ton of innings. 14 non-conference games, 12 of them we played 9 innings. And you do all that to prepare yourself for the regular season, so I think everyone's excited to get started. And it's a 36-game, 9-week conference season. It won't be decided today, but I think everyone's excited to get started. And of course, St. Francis is off to a great start. They're 9-3 and have so many guys back from last year, and have added some other good ones. So we know it's going to be a real test.
How helpful is it to be that you guys have been home for the better part of the last couple of weeks instead of having to bounce around like most of their teams in your league do?
Yeah. Well, I think, this weather has been great for us. We got to play 4 games in Arizona and then 3 in Atlanta and then, 3 in South Florida. And no, none at all. But I think when we got done, I think everybody was excited to come back. So we got 4 non-conference games at home, and, we love being able to play here at Winter Holder Field. And so I think having that last week to be home and kind of prepare us, get ready for conference was really fun. I think it lets the guys get in a good sleeping routine and with their classes and with everything. So
the other interesting part of this is, and you've done this so many times with how much success you've had as the head coach here, you guys come in as the regular season defending champions, so this isn't anything new, particularly with multiple guys on the team being in that scenario, winning either regular season or tournament championships. What does that do to help you so it's not a new thing having to be, hey, we're the one of the ones at the top that everybody's gunning for day in, day out?
Well, I'm pretty sure you called me old at the beginning of that, but I'll let that go.
Aged. Fine. Finally.
I think the one thing I've learned, I've learned a lot of things, I hope, but one thing I've learned is like every year starts at 0, and I don't believe in carryover, and I don't think because we won the league last year and didn't win the conference tournament and then went to Lewiston that means it will or won't happen again. And so it doesn't mean that we're going to win the league this year. It doesn't mean we wouldn't win the tournament. It doesn't mean we will or won't go. And so I think it takes a little pressure off. We can talk about last year's team that won the regular season or the year before that won the tournament, but we really just try to play one series at a time. And I know that's cliche, but we do our non-conference for the season on purpose so we can just spend the whole week getting ready for that conference series and make sure our pitching's lined up and make sure our position guys are getting the correct amount of reps and the ones we need. And so maybe it helps because there's never going to be any panic coming out of our dugout from our players, from our coaches. Like we know it's a long season, and you just got to hang with all of it.
Day of Giving happened about a week or so ago. How'd you guys do?
Well, we had our record. We hit our record, and it's actually the highest that any team's ever had in our athletic department with the Day of Giving. So for those alums that are supposed to be working but listening in on their AirPods or whatever they're doing today, and we had a ton of parents of alums too, and so we're just really appreciative. It was such a big year for us, and just really appreciative of everybody and all their help. And more than that is just the ties to the program, the alums that come and the parents. I don't think we'll play a road game all year where we won't have some of those people come out to see us and stop in and see the guys. And so it's just a blessing to have so many of our guys that meant so much that are still so connected.
Well, it's not hard to bend people's arms to go to Arizona in January, Atlanta in January, February, and South Florida anytime, right?
No, I mean, we've had some incredible opportunities. Obviously, the January trip with our Day of Giving is able to cover that and with what Taylor does for people leaving in January. We just had some unique opportunities with the cost of bus and the cost of flights just caused us to look at things a little bit different. And then we get some incentives, like when we go down to Florida, the teams we're playing are able to help us with hotels and stuff. And I think over the years we've played a good enough brand of baseball that people want to play us, and so they've been willing to help us cover hotels and transportation, stuff like that, to make it affordable for us. And it's a great experience for our guys. We do. I tell our guys all the time, we want to win. We want to play at the highest level we can. We want to win championships. I also want this to be an incredible experience for them, and I want it to be something that they can be proud of, and that they feel like they're just getting these incredible opportunities with their teammates and with their friends, and I think something they don't ever have to take second seat to anybody with, so it was great to do those trips, and it's just awesome to come back home and play here.
With the record amount of donations, does that mean that the rumors are true that we're going to start building the Trevor Booth Memorial Dome here with everything else going up on campus with the construction standpoint?
Baseball's pretty good with building stuff. We're going to take a break. I mean, last year the hitter's thigh thing will be finished here soon. We've hit a little hiccups with the production, but we put TrackMan in, and we totally redid the cage area inside, and every year we've done all these really big things. We did the locker room and all that, so we won't see any of that this year. We're going to just settle in. We've got incredible stuff, but that's not the best thing about it. The best thing about it is the people, is the guys on the team and their families, and the alumni and their families. And we've had, the best men I've ever met in my life are Taylor baseball guys, and like you, Rick, right? A Taylor baseball guy. And so
adjacent,
part of the team. And so I just, as all those like great things happen, and construction happens, and new things happen, it's awesome and it's fun and it makes it better, but it's never in place of the people, and that's what makes Taylor baseball special, is the people you get to do it with, and so I'm just proud to be a part of it.
You paid compliments to both me and Justin Barber this week. Are you feeling okay on the record? Are you feeling okay?
Well, we've been pitching it pretty good, so I might as well get in there for Barber if we can. We give up 10 or 12 today. No, he's done a great job, and we're you head into your first conference series and feel like we have our pitching lined up, as I'm sure St. Francis does as well, and just excited to see how they do, and think we've had a good plan all year, and you start in the fall and you think to yourself, like, where do we want to be March 1st? Where do we want pitch counts to be, and how are we going to establish roles, and how are we going to do that? And I feel really good about it, but baseball's a crazy game, and sometimes you feel really good at noon, and by midnight you don't feel good at all. But I do. I feel like we're in a good spot, and I think guys have settled into roles, and I think we have plenty of guys who can pitch, and just excited to see him come out and compete against a very good St. Francis team.
Last thing is we're catching up with Taylor baseball head coach Kyle Gould before the Crossroads League opener here against St. Francis. Gable Pentecost gets the ball in game number 1. He has been flat out phenomenal here as a sophomore. What's it been like to have a front row seat for it?
Well, he's such a competitor, and he's worked so hard to develop from where, and he was good when he got here, but to go from there, and I think we talked about this last time, and to work his way and close out a couple games and close out the semifinal game in the opening round, and then close out 2 in Lewiston, and he just keeps getting better. He had a good fall and a good winter, and he's worked really hard with Justin on just fine tuning some pitches, but the competitiveness and the drive are off the charts, and he's got the stuff to match it, and so he keeps staying healthy and keeps working at the rate he is. I think he has a chance to be as good or better than any of them, and so to have him and then follow him up with Matt Dukowski in game 2 and Alec Holcomb in game 3, that's 3 really experienced guys. And then you look at our bullpen, and we have a lot of older, experienced guys, and it gives a guy like, Alec Hirschberg will start game 4, we'll start a freshman, and I think it just slots guys into the right roles. So feel good about the 2 guys we're starting today, feel good about who's in the bullpen, and we'll still feel good tomorrow. So, hopefully the offense keeps going. We've had some struggles this year, but if we can keep going the way we did last week and play kind of a well-rounded game, I believe in our pitching.
Gable holding it down for all the married guys out there. Kyle, congratulations. Good luck today.
I appreciate it, Rick. Thanks.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome here to Winter Holder Field for the Crossroads League opener between number 9 Taylor and unranked St. Francis. The Cougars come in with an overall record of 9-3 on the season. They have yet to play a true home game this year, but in road games, they've been a fantastic 7-3. On the other side for the Trojans, they're 7-7 here in 2024, a perfect 4-0 here at home after playing their first 10 games out of state. Had 4 in a row here at home, and Gable Pentecost deals in a pitch quickly in at 1:02 p.m. We are off and running here from Winter Holder Field. Pentecost face off with Jaden Lepper to start. He fouls off the second one to our right. And it's quickly 0-2 here from Pentecost v. Lepper. Lepper, the junior shortstop. Righty bat out of Fort Wayne, Indiana. Pentecost a righty as well. He's quickly up 0-2. And a good morning, good afternoon, good night, and a less than minute at bat. A swinging strikeout brings us out number 1. First K of the afternoon for the talented Pentecost.
The center fielder, Xavier Croxton.
Second up for St. Francis is their center field today, Xavier Croxton, 6'2", senior out of Fort Wayne, Indiana. Ball up high here from Pentecost. On the year, Gable 0-1, appearing and starting in his 5th game as he's quickly become Taylor's number 1 starter here this year. Second pitch misses low. Second best ERA on the team for Pentecost at 2.14. He's holding opponents to just a 1.64 average this year. And with that opening strikeout, now has 26 Ks to just 7 free passes. His fastball finds the upper part of the zone, and it's 2 balls and 1 strike here to Croxton. Croxton, a 2.14 average with 9 hits, but 2 triples on the year. For the St. Francis center fielder, they've had 4 3-baggers here through the first 12 games of the year. Pentecost, breaking ball dives in, misses its mark, and it's 3 balls and 1 strike. Here to Croxton with 1 out and nobody on in the top of the first. Pentecost wasting a little time. 5th one home. Croxton holds that bat back. They appeal up to first, and it's ball number 4. St. Francis led by 6th-year head coach Dustin Butcher. They split a 4-game series about an hour to the west in Kokomo this past weekend. Dropped the first 2 to the Cougars of IU Kokomo Saturday before sweeping the Sunday doubleheader 13-8 and 2-1. Croxton, healthy secondary lead over at first, up and away, and that's ball number 1 here to Eli Riley, the St. Francis catcher today. Junior out of Zanesville, Indiana, just outside of Fort Wayne. Throw over to first on the attempt from Pentecost. Keep a keen eye there on Croxton. St. Francis not shy about trying to take bases. They've swiped 26 of the 37 they've attempted this year. Second one. And after being efficient, going a 3-pitch strikeout to start things off, Pentecost has struggled to find the zone. 2-0 here to the righty Riley. Runner stays at first. Ground ball to the right side, could be 2. Down on its Frickle. Backhand flip to Kennedy at second for 1. On to first. Not in time as Riley able to beat the throw on the fielder's choice by about a whisker. Really good defense there by Frickle at second.
Hitter, Sam Pesa.
Sam Pesa, the DH, steps in. He's 4th in the order today for USF. The Taylor defense behind Pentecost. From left to right of the outfield, Cam Knepp, Luke Picchiotti, and Caleb Colpine. The infield, a lot of familiar faces there. Mason David at third. We just saw Kennedy at short. Brennan Frickle at second. Called strike 1 here to Pesa. And the first baseman is Sam Glad. Jacob Caruso is the backstop once again today for the Trojans, who are dusting off and debuting their brand new white home uniforms. Pickoff attempt to first. Croxton goes diving back in with the purple numbers on the front and back, and that new Taylor font across the front. All of those numbers and letters trimmed in gray. A big close stance for the DH Pesa in his gray pants and royal blue uniform. Numbers on just the back of the jerseys for USF here on this Friday afternoon. Big and white on the back and Cougars in script on the front. Ball and a strike here to Pesa. As USF tries to get a little two-out magic here in the top of the first. Pentecost, breaking ball, cannot find the outside part of the plate. He falls behind 2-1 here to the DH. Pesa, the junior. A lot of Fort Wayne guys for the only Crossroads League team in the third largest city in the state of Indiana. 2-1, breaker off the outside part of the plate again, and it's 3-1 here to Sam Pesa, the righty DH. Pesa third on the team in average, second for those that qualify, batting .350 with a second on the team in 14 hits for the closed righty stance. 3-1 low, that's the second free pass that Pentecost has allowed this season. Not allowed just 7 coming in. He's issued 2 based on balls here in the top of the first.
Batting the first baseman, Nick Parsons.
So the fifth man in the order is Parsons. And the courtesy runner comes in for the catcher, Eli Riley. And now stands at second. We'll try to get that number for you. We can spot it with our eyes up here. It'll be Patton pinch running there at second, A.J. Patton. And the first pitch is a ball. Third batter of the inning that has seen a ball out of the zone on the first one dealt from Pentecost. That's the 17th pitch for Pentecost here in the top half of the first. Backhand stop Caruso on one that easily could have bounced away on a screamer into the turf. 2-0 here to the first baseman, Parsons. And early time is called for Justin Barber, the sixth-year pitching coach, to come out and have a chat with his pupil, the sophomore Gable Pentecost. It was a big day yesterday for the Barber family. Justin's aunt, part of the front office down with the Indiana Fever. They got the big news yesterday that Caitlin Clark, the Iowa superstar, is declaring for the WNBA draft after the end of this year. So Coach Barber's aunt and the rest of the folks down there in Indianapolis should be pretty excited, and that probably gives you an idea of where they are leaning when that draft comes up here in about a week or so. Her nephew's club in a bit of a sticky situation here to start things off. Top of the first, no score, but 2 on the pond here for USF, who come in 9-3 through their 12 non-conference games of the year. Everywhere around the league today, it's the split series for everyone in the Crossroads League with only 9 common opponents, or 9 opponents. Can't have a true 5-road, 5-home series. So 2 today here at Taylor. The 2 tomorrow to wrap up the 4-game set are at USF. Pentecost fastball below the knees, and it's 3-0 here to Parsons, as USF in danger of loading them up here in the top half of the first inning with no score. The fielder's choice got Riley on. Pesa followed with a walk, and a pitch right down Main Street is called for strike 1. Three balls and a strike here to Parsons. 207 the average for the righty this year. And that's a walk to load them up here for USF in the top half of the first.
The right fielder, Colton Cardenas.
Less than a minute to get through the very first batter of the inning, but then it's been a struggle here ever since here for Pentecost in the first inning of work. Still no hits. 3 walks have gotten all the men on here. 4 in total, or 1 in Eli Riley on a fielder's choice. Looper to Cardenas is a ball here for Pentecost. A ground ball, though, gets Taylor out of the inning with no damage done. Second one to Pentecost. Bounce to the left side. Kennedy at short fields. Underhands the second, and all that. And a big exhale for Taylor in the top of the first as USF leads them loaded. We head to the bottom half of the first inning. Taylor up to bat for the first time next. We're scoreless here on the Trojans Sports Network.
It's true. Many of us spend more time thinking about what's for dinner than thinking about retirement. But if you think your retirement needs deserve more attention, we agree, and we'd like to help. Your local Edward Jones financial advisors, Ryan Jones, Mark Sieglin, Rob Sisson, and Adam Sieglin, can help you get started today. They are proud corporate partners of Taylor University Athletics. Edward Jones, making sense of investing.
Greek's Pizzeria in Upland opened its doors in December of 2017. Over the years, there have been more than 140 Greeks opened across the country, with 24 Indiana locations. When it comes to pizza, Greeks offers customers the option to create their own pizza or to try one of Greek's specialized pizzas. Greeks uses fresh, homemade, hand-tossed dough, Greek's Italian sauce, select blended cheeses, gourmet toppings, and the same method of preparation since the first restaurant opened in 1969. The kitchen can also whip up a sandwich served on fresh French-style bread, or can put that sandwich into a pizza shell wrap. Customers can also add breadsticks or French-style bread as a side item. Greeks also offers a selection of salads and assorted dressings as well. Greeks is located just off Main Street in Upland and is a proud supporter of Taylor University Athletics. Greek's Pizzeria. It's our taste.
If you get sick, you can trust that we will take care of you. As a Magnet-designated healthcare system, our expert team will create a personalized plan to get you back on your feet. Marion Health. Great care from great people.
Cam Nepp leads things off here for the Trojans in the bottom of the first. We are scoreless after USF loaded them up there in the top half of the first inning, but a ground ball to second and a force out there got the Trojans out of that sticky situation. And the lefty Nepp starts things off with ball number one up top. Here from the starting pitcher today, that is Perry Stowe.
Best One Tire and Auto Care Upland is proud to support
Perry,
Taylor
6-foot
University
redshirt freshman,
Athletics.
righty.
Located at 148
Hails
South
from
Main
Fort Wayne,
Street,
Indiana.
Best
Nepp
One is open 6
loops
days
to
a
the
week.
left, and it
Owner
screens
Mike
into the
Pearson
netting
and his
foul.
staff
1 ball,
offer
1 strike.
replacement tires from brands like Bridgestone, Firestone, and Goodyear. Customers can also shop for tires from the comfort of their home by using the online tire finder. When it's time for mechanical repairs, Best One's ASE certified technicians can perform a wide range of services to get their customers back on the road. And those same technicians can do repairs on fleet vehicles as well. Taylor Athletics says thank you to Mike Pearson and everyone at Best One Tire and Auto Care Upland.
He broke his own single-season walks record. Three and two here to Cam Nepp as he leads off the bottom of the first. We're scoreless. In on the hands comes Stowe. He misses his mark, and then a leadoff man is on here for the Trojans. So the Trojans try to get the free pass to their advantage here against Stowe. Stowe this season, a 1-1 overall record, appearing and starting in his fourth contest. ERA at 3.86. Second on the team in innings pitched. He has held opponent bats to just a 191 average here this year. First one to the electric Caleb Colpine, who's a hit away from 200 in his career. Fights that one off on the hands, out of play. And it's a foul ball to make it 1-1. Caleb, excellent once again as a junior, 315 average. Second on the team in hits with 17. 5 doubles and a homer. And that homer came earlier this week against IUPUC that a student, caught beyond the left field fence. Stowe comes back inside and gets a called strike to make it 1-2. Colpine's got some work to do, but if he can duplicate what he's done, getting at least 80-plus hits
As he rolls one over the right side, backhand stop off the hand, still be able to scoop it up and step at first is Nick Parsons. Knepp moves up to second on the unassisted ground out. But to finish that thought, if Kolping can replicate what he did his first 2 seasons here, getting those at least 80 hits in both, he would become the all-time career hits leader here by the end of his junior season. TJ Bass set that record a year ago in his fifth year senior season, finishing at 276. Manning screams it to the left side. One hopper snag by the shortstop Lepper across to first. An easy throw hauled in, and a one-pitch out has got the Trojans down to their last out. Here in the bottom of the first, we're scoreless. So the last man standing here for the Trojans in the bottom of the first is Sam Glad, who went yard the other day.
Baseman Sam Glad.
Glad, the 6'1 sophomore, had 4 home runs in the World Series a year ago. Had a wonderful finish to his freshman season. Stowe bounces it in, and it hit Glad on the shoe tops. It'll be first and second here for Mason David. The Trojans were hoping that was going to be a wild pitch. It will put a runner at third base with 2 outs, but they'll take 2 on the pond here for the Crossroads League Player of the Week, Mason David.
Now batting third baseman Mason David.
First and second for Mason David, the junior out of Bloomington, Indiana. And a fastball from Stowe is low, 1-0. David, a .245 average here in his 3rd season at Taylor. Takes an off-speed pitch down the middle of the plate to make it 1-1. No score, home half of the first. USF loaded them up in the top half of this inning, but a ground ball to short ended their fun there. David to the right side, pokes it through. Knepp gets the wave around from Coach Gould at third. The Trojans have a tight play at home, cut off, and Knepp slides in safe. Mason David continues his strong 2 weeks as the Trojans capitalize on a 2-out hit. They lead 1-0 here in the first. Glad went from first to third as well, so the Trojans still with a good opportunity here to tack on some more runs with Brennan Frickle stepping in for the first time today. Righty on righty, Frickle couldn't go around or couldn't stay back as he goes around on the first pitch breaker. Frickle a .261 average, grand slam for his first home run. And that 18-3 romp over IUPUC here on Tuesday. Curveball starts at his eyes, darts too far inside. Nothing to do about that one. 1-1 here to Frickle. 2-out hit through the right side for Mason David. He's at first. Knepp scored from second. Glad is at third. And a base knock will give Taylor some breathing room and give him a 2-0 lead. Stowe out of the stretch. Comes home. And that one lands right above the 1-6 on the back of Frickle's white uniform. And they're loaded up for Taylor here in the first.
The center fielder Luke Picchiotti.
Sun's starting to creep out from behind the clouds overhead. They're loaded up for Picchiotti with Stowe missing upstairs on the first one to pick. Fourth-year college baseball for Picchiotti after redshirting his first season at the University of Illinois, Chicago. Swings through the second one. It's 1-1. Picchiotti, the 7th batter here in the order today with Ben Kennedy and Caruso to follow. And a balk is called here against the pitcher Stowe, and jogging in from third will be Glad, and it's 2-0. The 2-0 Trojans, home half of the first on the balk. And things have gone from bad to worse here for USF, with Picchiotti trying to pull this through the right side and maybe score two. Curveball, though, from Stowe. Darts in, and it's now 1-2 in favor of the righty pitcher for St. Francis. Lead runners David at third, Frickle behind him at second. Picchiotti swings at one up high, misses it, and that brings the end to the bottom of the first, where the Trojans get 2 runs on just 1 hit. We head to the second inning. Trojans leading 2-0 here on the Trojan Sports Network.
When you need the fuel to be your nephew's #1 fan, Holiday Inn Express. We're there, so you can be too.
Sun starting to peek its head out from behind the clouds today on a nice afternoon here in Upland, Indiana. 47 degrees here for the Trojans as they open up Crossroads League play here against St. Francis. 2-0 Trojan lead. USF batting here. They put 6 men to the plate in the first. And Pentecost misses inside. It's 2-1. Gavin Noble to lead it off. Brendan Lytle and Callan Stauffer. The bottom third of the order up for USF. Late swing from Noble. And he fouls it off the end of his bat. The lefty Noble out of Selma, Indiana. Wapahani High School. 6'1" the height. Pentecost wasting little time. Count evens 2-2. Ground ball up the middle over his head. Kennedy charges from short in front of second base. Double pump throw to first. Glad's there for the catch, and there's one away here in inning number 2.
The left fielder, Brendan Little.
And that brings up Brendan Lytle, 6-foot junior out of Fort Wayne, Indiana. One away. Nice backdoor slider there from Pentecost for a called strike one. It was 3 walks and a fielder's choice that loaded him up for USF in the top half of the first. They could not do anything with it. The Trojans continued their strong batting with 2 outs, getting that Mason David knock through the right side. Second one misses. It's 1-1. As Taylor able to take that 1-0 lead, then a balk with the bases loaded, made it 2-0 Trojans. Fastball high from Pentecost, and it's a ball and 2 to the second man here of the inning for St. Francis. Game 1 of our doubleheader today set to go 9. Game 2 to go 7. Fourth one, there is a filthy backdoor slider that started on the hip of Lytle and ended on the inside part of the plate for a called strike 2. Bases vacant, 1 out, top of the second. USF trailing by a deuce, and a fan at 1 low. Lytle, who had the count squarely in his hands, then evaporated just as quick. 90 miles an hour up there from Pentecost, and there's 2 away on his second strikeout of the afternoon.
Now batting second baseman Callan Stouffer.
2 away for Stauffer, the second baseman. 5'11", also, you guessed it, out of Fort Wayne. Check swing, Pentecost fields his position, scoops and fires to first. And the Trojans get a 1-2-3, top of the second. Head of the bottom half of the inning. Taylor ahead 2-0 here over USF on the Trojan Sports Network.
If you get sick, you can trust that we will take care of you. As a Magnet-designated healthcare system, our expert team will create a personalized plan to get you back on your feet. Marion Health. Great care from great people.
The dynamic shortstop Ben Kennedy tries to lead off the bottom of the first with a squared bunt. It redirects foul, and we're off and running here in the home half of the second. 2-zip the lead for number 9, Taylor. Trojans were great with 2 outs in the win over IUPUC on Tuesday. They capitalized on a 2-out opportunity here in the bottom of the first. And it's a 1-1 count on a looking ball number 1 here to BK. Sophomore out of Evansville nubs up the right side as a tight play. Coming out to Riley from behind the plate. He throws the first and Parsons. And Kennedy's retired on a check swing right in front of home plate. I want to say hello to all the Taylor baseball alums taking in our ball game today. Say hello to former pitcher of the year and All-American Matt Patton.
Jacob Caruso.
Matt knows these 40-degree days in March well. As Caruso, the catcher, takes a curveball for a called strike 1. Patton, the first Trojan pitcher in the long storied history of the program to strike out over 100 men in one season. A couple more guys have added their names to that list since, but Matt was the first one. Old number 8 in your programs, number 1 in your hearts. 1-1 to Caruso, who wears number 28, and a strike in the bottom part of the zone. Caruso turns around, asks for an explanation, gets it. Caruso, the 5'9" graduate student, transferring in from Thomas More University. And that hits him right in the back, and that's not what Stowe wanted. He had gotten up on Caruso, had an opportunity to get out of here or to get to the top of the order with nobody on, but it's the third man he's hit here in an inning and change. As Fletcher Remick comes in to run for the catcher Caruso, per NAI rules.
Courtesy runners Fletcher Remick. Now batting for the Trojans, number 14, Camden Knapp.
Apparently, former pitching coach Devin Wilburn upset that we're giving out shout-outs. So hello, Wilburn. Old buddy, old pal, down there coaching Delta High School, about a half hour away from us. One of his pupils might see it as the day rolls on, and Nick Crabtree, talented lefty sophomore. I didn't realize that Wilburn and Patton had beef, but apparently they do. That's not fair. Everybody, who doesn't love Matt Patton? Cam Knepp. If he met Matt, I'm sure he would like him as well. Cam up 2-0. Bottom half of the second inning, Taylor leading St. Francis 2-zip in the Crossroads League opener here on a Friday afternoon. A little bit of cloud breakage up over beyond the Student Center behind center field, but nice blanket of clouds keeping the sun away from our things here. Breaking ball drops in for a called strike one. 2-1 here for the talented Cam Knepp. Drew his 12th walk of the season and scored on the David single through the right side an inning ago. And now Knepp knocking on the door of getting on base for the second time with another free pass. An on-base percentage of .422 for Knepp here in his senior season. The 3-1 from Stowe, and it's ball 4 as Remick sprints up to second base, and there are 2 on the pond here for Caleb Colpine.
Number 17, Caleb Colpine.
And time is called before Stowe can deal in the first pitch here to Caleb Colpine. Connor Lawhead, the fifth-year pitching coach for USF, makes his way out of the dugout on the first base side. Again, 47 degrees, cloud cover overhead. Not as bad as it could be here for the first day of March. Hope you all enjoyed a wonderful leap year day yesterday. For those of you folks that had a birthday yesterday, like softball pitcher Katie Kotlowski, who turned 5 yesterday because her birthday is on leap year. Happy belated birthday to you folks. That's always the question you've asked people that are born on a leap year. Do you celebrate the 28th or the 1st on normal days? Ironically enough, Indiana Pacers superstar Tyrese Halliburton born on leap year. So I heard a question. They go, when did you celebrate? He goes, well, when I was a kid, I grew up. I celebrate on the 28th. He goes, now that I got some money in my pocket, I celebrate both days. 2 on, 1 out for Caleb Colpine, the right fielder today. And the first one from Stowe misses its mark, ball 1. Colpine, the first team all Crossroads League pick a year ago. Led the league in both hits and batting average. 98 knocks, like we talked about. .424 the average. Has the single-season record and the career record for batting average at his high school in Fort Wayne Homestead. And Caleb up 2-0. And there's ball 3, and what you don't want to see if you're Perry Stowe is seeing Braden Manning, the DH, coming up there with the bases full of Trojans here in the bottom of the second. But a ball away would put us in that scenario as no one's really started to warm up just yet in that St. Francis pen. A get-me-over pitch is a strike on the inner half. Most everybody in either a hoodie or a jacket. There is one brave soul down to our left in just a long-sleeve shirt. I believe that's Matt Dudkowski's father, so a tough man is Mr. Dudkowski. Ball 4 for Colpine, and they're loaded up for Manning. One away here in the bottom of the second. After Kennedy grounded out, the Trojans have not had a man retired. Brendan Lytle shifted a little bit there in left, but there is a gigantic gap in the left center field area with the wind blowing out that way for the righty bat of Braden Manning. And a strike, actually make it a ball below the knees, and it's a ball here to Manning. Fresh cleats for Braden this afternoon. Sent the team cleats out to get painted. Paid a nominal fee, customized with the Taylor logo on the outside of both of those shoes. They look spectacular. He's trying to show them off here with maybe a little jog around the bases if he could poke one over the fence. Second one's away, 1 ball, 2 strikes. The lead man is Remick at third base. with Knepp and Colpeen following. Noble and Parsons, the third and first baseman, creep in a little bit here for USF. Third one almost landed on Manning's elbow. He limbos out of the way, and he's up 3-0 with nowhere to put him. Stowe out of the stretch. Letter high fastball, strike one. Stowe, the righty, ready to go. And now there's some activity starting in the USF pen with Bryce Adams. 3-1 to Manning. Curveball, looking at strike two. Glad the man on deck. Taylor up 2-0 here in the home half of the second. Noble and Parsons still slightly pinch in from the corners. And Manning took a big hack at that one. Got a piece, not enough to drive it into the field of play. And he's down on strikes, swinging and getting a piece there. And so Glad, the last man standing here for Taylor once again. That was a pitch that Manning really wanted, just missed it by a hair. But I think might still be flying if he could have connected to it. So here's Glad, bases juiced for the Trojans, as Knepp creeps back to second base with Lepper coming in behind him. Curveball starts Glad off with a looking strike one. Taylor 0 for 1 with the bases full. That came in the bottom of the first. Fastball that Riley covers up and the count levels. Glad 167 the average, but the Trojans hoping he's starting to get his rhythm back after that homer the other day against IUPUC. Lays off one up high, and he goes up 2-1. Righty on lefty matchup. Taylor trying to strike for the second inning in a row to start this game off. Glad just a hair in front of that curveball. Launches it to the right. 2-2 on the foul ball. Glad the first baseman. Bases full of his mates with Remick, the lead man at third. Taylor up 2-0 here in the bottom of the second, trying to strike again. 2-2 from Stowe, and Glad chases an upstairs fastball, and like Taylor worked out of a bases-loaded situation in the first, USF does so here in the second. Taylor unable to push any runs across. We play 2 from Winterholder Field. Number 9, Taylor leads USF 2-0 here on the Trojan Sports Network. Gable Pentecost out to start the third inning of work. He faces the top of the order for USF, Lepper, Croxton, and Riley. As USF able to get out of that sticky situation just a half inning ago with the bases full. And it's 2-0 here to Lepper. The third one is low as well. Lepper struck out on 3 pitches to start this game off, as Pentecost comes inside for a called strike 1. Pentecost wasting a little time, comes inside on the hands. That's ball 4, and another free pass dealt here by Pentecost this afternoon.
Now batting number 0, Xavier Croxton.
And the batter is Xavier Croxton, who walked his only time up so far today. The lefty squares a bunt, pulls it back as Pentecost's fastball is up high. Croxton, the senior out of Fort Wayne, Indiana, went to Fort Wayne Southside High School. Comes into the day with a .214 average, the 9 hits, but as we mentioned off the top, 2 triples to lead the way for the Cougars this year. Pentecost is missing his mark upstairs, and that draws the graduate student Caruso out from behind the plate to have a chat with the young sophomore. St. Francis comes in 9-3 on the year, but Pentecost has been off target on his deliveries here today for the 6'3 sophomore. He's made a huge leap from his freshman to his sophomore year. Down 2-0, screamed out a play to the left by Croxton. 2 balls, 1 strike. Pentecost had the flair to end the year, got the save in that 6-5 win over Mid-American Nazarene in the first game of the World Series in the 7-10 matchup. Runner stays, 2-1, skied up the left side. Bends foul. And it lands that way again. Taylor was the 7 seed out there. Mid-American Nazarene was the 10 seed. And here's the 2-2. Runner stays at first for the time being. Stays there as well, 2-2. Croxton straightens it out, sends it towards Picchiotti in center. He veers forward, now veers back, dances, catches, and there's one away. Nice job by Pentecost to battle back after falling behind 2-0.
The catcher, Eli Riley.
For those who are wondering, Matt Dutkowski's father went to the car, got both a hoodie, a jacket, and a blanket. So he's making his way to the Chili stands to our left. Pickoff attempt back to first. And back in time to spare as Lepper. So Mr. Dutkowski has ditched the long sleeve t-shirt underneath the basic t-shirt. There is a type of mobile heating fire unit going down there near the on-deck circle for the fans today that we saw them setting up earlier. Ball number 1 here to Riley. Catcher reached on a fielder's choice. Then his courtesy runner, A.J. Patton, got all the way over to third before being stranded there back in inning number 1. Swing and a miss on a filthy slider that bends away from the righty Riley, 1-1. Pentecost got married this summer. One of his groomsmen, his teammate, Wes Hunt. Liner over Kennedy's head at short into left field. First hit of the afternoon for USF. Moving up 90 feet is Lepper. And the tying runs are on here for St. Francis with 1 away here in the top of the 3rd. As Patton back on the run for Riley at first.
Now batting the DH, Sam Payson.
And the cleanup man is Sam Pace of the DH today here for St. Francis. Riley, their best batter today, collects his team-leading 16th hit of the year. Breaking ball from Pentecost up in the zone for a ball. Pentecost has already got that pitch count up to 48 here with only one away in the third. USF down by 2. Pentecost fastball in on the hands, and it's 2-0. Four walks allowed by Pentecost today. Just gave up his first hit. Roll over to the third base side. David snags it, steps on the bag at third, across to first. Tight play. Not in time as Pesa rumbles his way up the first to beat the throw across the diamond. But the Trojans get the second out and the lead runner out, and they're one away from staying ahead 2-0.
The right fielder, Colton Cardenas.
And the batter is Nick Parsons, the first baseman. 2 on, now 2 outs for USF. And he ropes it into left field. Coming forward and making the jogging catch is Cam Knepp. And the Trojans get out of another jam here as we head to the bottom of the third. Their lead still intact at 2-0 here on the Trojan Sports Network.
Ivanhoe's has been serving Taylor students since 1965 when Ivan and Carol Slane purchased the restaurant. Located on Main Street, Ivanhoe's is less than a mile from the Taylor campus and is open 7 days a week. The menu features choices for lunch, dinner, as well as 100 different milkshakes and sundaes. Customers can find other dessert items as well. The staff is proud to support Taylor University and appreciates the support of Ivanhoe's through the years.
Mason David.
Mason David leads it off for Taylor in the bottom of the third. They lead St. Francis 2-0 with the starter Perry Stowe dealing in the first pitch. And it's a breaking ball to start things off to David for a called strike one. Mason 1 for 1 today, the Crossroads League Player of the Week this week. Sends it to the left side, staying down on it is the shortstop Lepper. He fields and fires, and David's retired at first. One away quickly here in the bottom of the third.
Second baseman, Brennan Frickle.
Brennan Frickle up for the second time. Sophomore out of Driftwood, Texas, who jokingly told us earlier today that this is the weather that he grew up in. I don't know how many cloudy and 47-degree days Driftwood, Texas gets, but I'm sure it's few and far between, at least during the daytime, maybe at nighttime. Called strike 2 to the Texan, Frickle. Trojans looking for their second hit here the afternoon, and Frickle's going to get hit again. This one right between the purple 1 and 6 on the back of that beautiful white jersey. So Frickle's been plunked twice. He's been a wonderful addition from the start of the season. Remember, a year ago, got hit on the hand in the second at-bat of the year last January 26th. Broke his hand and then slowly worked his way back in. Some insurance on the path here for the Trojans and their center fielder, Luke Picchiotti. Pitch one tails away, ball one. Activity is slowed down in the USF pen. As still able to work around that bases loaded situation last inning. He loaded him up with a walk as Picchiotti takes the second for strike one. Then got back-to-back Ks, Stowe did, to slam the door on the Trojans in the bottom of the second. Here in the third, one away, one on. And it's 2-1 here for the lefty Picchiotti. Stowe, the righty out of the stretch, takes a peek over that left shoulder, and that one almost hit Picchiotti. Luke had second and third when he struck out in the first after Taylor had pushed those 2 runs across, one on the David single and one on a balk. Here he watches strike 2 fall in to make it a full count on a curve. Frickle a safe lead over at first. The payoff pitch from Stowe to Picchiotti's ball 4. And both starting pitchers today have been dealing free passes more than they would like. They're 2 on here for Kennedy.
The shortstop, Ben Kennedy.
So here's Kennedy up for the second time, trying to increase the Trojan advantage, which is currently at a deuce. Righty on righty. Kennedy steps out, swings and misses. Strike 1. Kennedy's the rare freshman a season ago to come in and start immediately at shortstop. He's another in the long line of fantastic shortstops as he drives one to deep center field. Croxton was playing in. Great coverage there to make the catch by the center fielder for USF. Fires it in as Frickle fires his way off to third. Advances on the fly ball. 2 away for the Trojans as Kennedy gave one a ride, but Croxton really good job to jump on that one quick. Last man standing for the Trojans is their catcher, Jacob Caruso.
Now batting the catcher, Jacob Caruso.
Caruso was hit by a pitch last inning. His only plate appearance so far this afternoon. Crossroads league opener for both teams. Taylor leading St. Francis 2-0. Backdoor pitch inside, up and upstairs as well for the number 9 man in the Taylor order, Caruso. Stowe readies, taking off for second base is Picchiotti, bluffing the throw. Now Frickle has got to hurry back to third, and he's going to get thrown out. Oh, he swam over the tag. Frickle swam with that left hand over the tag attempt of Gavin Noble at third. He looked dead to rights, and an excellent throw from Riley that got there about 4 feet before between Frickle and the plate. But he swam over the glove of Noble and turned around and said, hey, I'm safe. And Picchiotti, with all of that confusion, stands at second. There's a strike to Caruso at the plate. He sends it up the middle, but snagged by the second baseman. Dropped, kicking it is Stauffer, and scoring is Frickle. Coming around is Picchiotti. The throw home, not in time. And the swim move from Frickle, combined with the error from Stauffer, provides 2 runs here for the Trojans. They lead 4-0. Good job by the Trojans there to capitalize. It all starts with the wonderful swim from Frickle. Then kicking the ball away is Stauffer, and the lineup turns over to the top, and Cam Knepp as he bats for the 3rd time today. Roll over right side. It goes off of his foot. As Remick, the man over at first base, running for Caruso. Again, per NAI rules, catchers and pitchers, if they bat and they reach base safely, you can bring a man on, and there's no substitution penalty for doing so. So 2 unearned runs home for the Trojans. Knepp screams one out of play to our left. Just one hit so far for the Trojans. And they scored on it. The David single in the first. A balk brought home their second run, but a 2-run error booted by Stauffer at second. As Remick takes off for second base, he'll be in there clean. But it doesn't matter as a swing and a miss is home here at the plate as Knepp goes down on strikes. But the Trojans have doubled their lead. They're up 4-zip after 3 here on the Trojan Sports Network.
When you need the fuel to be your nephew's #1 fan, Holiday Inn Express. We're there, so you can be too.
Through 3, number 9 Taylor leads St. Francis 4-0 as Pentecost faces 6, 7, and 8 in the USF order. First man stepping in, Colton Cardenas, the right fielder. Cardenas 0 for 1, hitting to the fielder's choice that ended the first. Liner, backhand stop off the hop by Frickle at second, sidearm to first, 1 away. Real tough play there that Frickle made look incredibly easy.
Gavin Noble.
2 out of the 3 innings have seen men on the bases for St. Francis today. Pentecost sat the side down in order in the second and started with this man, the third baseman, Gavin Noble. Pentecost starts him off with a breaking ball in the inside half, called for a strike 1. Pentecost, the sophomore out of Fremont, Indiana. A little tailing away fastball there that hit 90 miles an hour. 1 ball, 1 strike. Noble batting 167 this season. Caruso tried to pull it up into the bottom of the zone, could not. And it's 1-2, or 2-1, excuse me. Fourth one home, liner towards left field. Racing back is Knepp. He makes the catch over his shoulder a couple of steps in front of the warning track. Looked like that one might sail over his head as Knepp was playing in slightly, but a great hustle there to the deep left field corner, and they're 2 gone.
The left fielder, Brendan Lytle.
So Pentecost looking for that second 1-2-3 inning of the afternoon. He's allowed just 1 hit so far today. Fastball darts away, 1-0. The batter's the left fielder, Brendan Lytle. Second best batting average for USF on the year at .417. Takes a curveball towards center field. Picchiotti is going to have to let it drop in front of him. A 2-out base knock for USF has got a man on the bases here with 2 away in the 4th.
Now batting second baseman, Kellen Stauffer.
First hit today for St. Francis with 2 away. And leaning out of the way for strike 1 is Callan Stauffer, the second baseman. Stauffer trying to make up for booting that ground ball just a half inning ago that allowed Frickle and Picchiotti to come around to score to make it 4-0 Taylor. Slider off the outside part of the plate for Pentecost. Count evens up at 1-1. Deep breath for 22 and White. Deals at home towards the gap in right center field. Picchiotti's not going to be able to get to it. It bounces away from him from behind, picks it up, fires into second. Frickle, cut-off throw to second. Kennedy's there, and it's a double here for Callan Stauffer. Back-to-back two-out hits for St. Francis have got men on the bases as they trail 4-0. We go back to the top of the order in Lepper. Top half of the fourth inning. Pentecost getting a fresh baseball here. And those 2 runs a half inning ago looming large here for the Trojans. If not, the go-ahead run would be Lepper here at the plate and said the best he could do would be make it a 1-run game. Pentecost low and in, 1-0. Top of the fourth, 2 away. Off a skip ground ball to Frickle at second. And then over-the-shoulder catch by Knepp in left. But then since then, it's been a single and a double from Lytle and Stauffer. They're at third and second base, respectively. As USF trying to get their first run of the afternoon as they've collected back-to-back 2-out hits. 2-0 to Lepper, the shortstop, at the top of the order for the visiting Cougars. Third pitch, just below the knees, and it's 3-0. With Xavier Croxton waiting on the bases. The 3-0. Right down Main Street for a called strike 1. This 3 out of 4 innings now where Pentecost has had to work around at least one man in scoring position. And he's going to have to get out of a second bases-loaded jam here as that one just a hair low on the outside half. Another walk here for Pentecost, and they're loaded up for Xavier Croxton.
Center fielder, Xavier Croxton.
5th walk allowed by Pentecost here today. The ground ball gets the Trojans out of this inning with no damage done like they were in this situation in the top of the first. Or the top of the fourth here. Big old lead for the runner at second and Stauffer. First pitch is in there to the center fielder for a strike. What a nice catch and centered about a half inning ago for USF. Pentecost working with pace. Liner in the left. He'll drop in for a hit. One run's going to come around to score. Following him will be Stauffer, and in there safely at third, going from first to third is Lepper as he slides right into David. It's a 2 RBI single for Xavier Croxton, and that's 3 straight 2-out hits for USF, and they've cut their lead back, or their deficit back down to a deuce.
Now batting the catcher, Eli Riley.
It doesn't get any easier here for Pentecost, the top batter this season for St. Francis stepping in. It's their catcher, Eli Riley, 1 in blue. Runner goes from first. Caruso fakes the throw down there, and Croxton moves into scoring position. The tying run stands at second base here for USF. Here in the top half of the fourth of the league opener. Nick Crabtree is jogged down to the Taylor pen, and he now starts to get warm. Second one from Pentecost. Slider able to find the outside corner to even the count at a called strike 1. Riley today reached on a fielder's choice in the first and then singled in the third. Third one to Riley. Tying runners are on, and he fouls it off the inside part of his left leg. Top half of the fourth inning, USF has struck
for their first 2 runs of the day, thanks to 3 hits with 2 outs. 4 straight men have reached base safely. The lead runner is Lepper at third. Croxton is the tying run at second base in this 4-2 game. Pentecost ahead 1-2, and he hit Riley on the arm, and the bases are full with USF down by a pair. One of the 4 men with double-figure RBI totals through the first 12 games of the year, stepping in for St. Francis, their DH Sam Pesa. As the lefty Nick Crabtree continues to get warm, and pitching coach Justin Barber makes his way out of the dugout here to have a chat with the sophomore Pentecost. Gable came in the most improved man on the staff for the Trojans this year, but has run into some trouble here intermittently throughout the day, but has really run into some issues here trying to get the 3rd and final out of the 4th. 25 strikeouts, so just 7 walks coming in, but 5 free passes for Pentecost. He had not hit a batter until today as well, plucking Riley for his first hit batsman of the season. Trojans, meanwhile, have just 1 hit to speak of. And if it wasn't for that Stauffer error there in the bottom of the 3rd, that would have been out number 3. We would be tied at 2 right now. Instead, the Trojans still with that 2-run cushion. But USF breathing down their necks here with the bases full. Down on the board, 4-2. Pace of today, a walk, and he reached on a fielder's choice. Big spot here as the Trojans try to keep the lead intact. Pentecost gets the bottom part of the zone. Excellent frame there from Caruso on the slider. Second one from Pentecost, misses its mark on a fastball, 1-1. With 2 outs, Croxton taking a healthy lead at second. Once Pentecost goes into the windup, same thing for Patton, the courtesy runner at first. Slider again from Pentecost, gets a called strike 2, 1-2. Both respective fan bases, knowing the importance of this pitch as Pentecost deals the 1-2 home. Fouled up over our heads, we'll do the dance one more time. And it hits off the roof of the press box and ricochets back into the top row to our left. Pitch number 77 from Pentecost here this afternoon. Here it comes, 1-2. Low and away, 2-2. Five straight men have reached base safely for St. Francis with 2 outs. The 2-2 from Pentecost. Liner snagged by David on a snow cone catch at third. If he doesn't get that one, our game could be tied. Instead, the Trojans' lead remains intact, 4-2, on a wonderful catch by the Crossroads League Player of the Week, Mason David. Leaping catch from Mason David ends the top half of the fourth with the bases full of Cougars, and the Trojans of Taylor lead St. Francis 4-2, looking for their second hit of the afternoon here off of Perry Stowe, who, like the Taylor starter Gable Pentecost, has played with fire a couple of different times today. They've gotten a little bit of embers on their sleeves, but nothing too dangerous here so far. 1-1 here for Caleb Colpine. The hit away from 200 in his career. Tries to jump on the 1-1 and skies it foul. 2, 3, and 4 coming up for Taylor here in the bottom half of the fourth. They've led the entire way, 2-0 after 1, 4-0 after 3, and try to answer the 2 that USF scored in the top half of this fourth right here, right now. Ball upstairs, 2-2 here to Caleb Colpine. Stowe out of the stretch, the righty home. Colpine, liner into left field, but right at the left fielder, Brendan Lytle, makes a little hop, makes a catch. And Colpine retired for the second time today, 1 away.
Number 21, Braden Manning.
0 for 2 day for Braden Manning, the DH. Takes a backdoor pitch on the inner half for a called strike 1. Braden struck out swinging with the bases full and only 1 away in that second frame where the Trojans were threatening to really blow it open. He didn't miss it by much as he gets underneath this one and fouls into the parking lot. A ground out and a strikeout for the righty DH out of Lakeville, Minnesota. Stowe fires it low. Everybody in blue thought it was a strike. It was not. Stowe wasting a little time. 4th one home to Manning. Golfs it to the parking lot again on a breaking ball. Bases vacant to Trojans. Manning trying to change that with 1 away. High pop up right side. Foul territory. Parsons at first. Makes the catch off of his left shoulder for the second out. Taylor has not been retired in order yet today. Glad trying to keep that a truthful statement here. Speaking of Crossroads League play, the Trojans a year ago won a program record 30 Crossroads League games, going 30-6 in league play. Glad, late swing on a curveball, fouls it off of his leg for a strike. Last year the Trojans went 42-17. That's the second most wins in program history. The most was 44 back in 2018. Ironically enough, Trevor Booth, a part of both of those teams, is a player in 18. Slips out of the hand of Stowe, back to the backstop for ball 1. Our buddy Matt Patton, who we talked about earlier, he was on that 2018 team. And then Booth, a coach a year ago on the 42-win ball club that went to the World Series and did damage out in Lewiston. 3rd one to Glad. The lefty watches it bounce in short from the righty Stowe. And Sam's up up 2 balls, 1 strike. Sam was hit by a pitch in the first, later came around to score on the balk from Stowe to make it 2-0 Taylor. Strike up and in on the letters, 2-2. So Taylor lead down to 4-2 here in the home half of the fourth. Stowe, long leg kick, the 2-2 on its way. Glad launches it foul, just scraping it over the top of the Taylor dugout on the third base side. David next on deck if Glad can find his way on. 2-2 from Stowe. Looking at strike 3 is Glad. He's down on strikes for the second time today, and Stowe is pumped, screaming at the St. Francis dugout as he stomps off to the mound, as he should. We head to the top of the 5th. 4-2 the Taylor lead over USF here on the Trojan Sports Network.
It's true. Many of us spend more time thinking about what's for dinner than thinking about retirement. But if you think your retirement needs deserve more attention, we agree, and we'd like to help. Your local Edward Jones financial advisors, Ryan Jones, Mark Sieglin, Rob Sisson, and Adam Sieglin, can help you get started today. They are proud corporate partners of Taylor University Athletics. Edward Jones, making sense of investing.
First call to the bullpen for either team. It's the Trojans summoning 6-foot sophomore lefty Nick Crabtree from Muncie, Indiana, and Delta High School. He takes over for the starter Gable Pentecost and squares off with Parsons, Cardenas, and Noble, 5, 6, and 7 for USF as we start the top of the fifth, and the first pitch sent deep into right field. Colpine races after. He's got to bend back. It's going to land just inside the foul line up the right field corner. Colpine fires it in. That's a leadoff double here for St. Francis. And it's a 5-hit afternoon for the St. Francis offense. They limited Taylor to just 1 here today. Second extra base hit of the afternoon here for USF, and they got the tying run to the plate here in Cardenas, the right fielder. Crabtree takes over for Pentecost, as we mentioned. No decision for the sophomore today. Goes 4 innings, 4 hits. Allowed 2 runs, both earned. Struck out 2, but walked 5 on a off day here for Pentecost. Crabtree, the lefty, fires in a missile to the righty Cardenas, 1-0. Cardenas 0 for 2. Fielder's choice ended the first. Then he was retired as he led off last inning on a late skip that Frickel was able to smother up at second and get the out at first. Crabtree darts in a late tailing fastball knee-high outer half to make it 1-1. Cardenas the tying run of the plate with USF trailing 4-2 here in the league opener this afternoon. Also the first of 2 this afternoon. Crabtree low again, 2-1 on the fastball. Cardenas, the redshirt senior out of Chesterton, Indiana. Looking for his first hit of the afternoon. Crabtree low again, 3-1. Cardenas playing and starting in his 9th game of the year. A .320 average and limited work. He's up 3-1 though. Big hack there as he tried to tie the game with 1 swing, and he came up with nothing but air, and the count's full. Strikeout would be wonderful here if you're Crabtree. Deep breath in the payoff pitch, and that's exactly what Crabtree gets. A swing and a miss, 1 away. third strikeout for the Taylor pitching staff this season. And that brings up third baseman Gavin Noble. Lefty-lefty here with one away in the fifth. A runner on for USF as they trail Taylor 4-2. Ball one to start here for Noble, who's 0 for 2 today, with a ground down and a fly out. Crabtree looks to second, kicks and comes home. Upstairs heater, 2-0. Noble from nearby Selma, Indiana. Takes a fastball low, 3-0 as he tries to get on the bases. With St. Francis down 2 here in the top half of the fifth of game one of our 2-game set today. Noble batting just 167 this year. Belt high fastball makes it strike one. He's got Lytle, the left fielder, waiting on deck. 3 balls and a strike. And Noble golfs it up out of play, and the count's full. Crabtree gave up the leadoff's double to Parsons. He still stands at second base. And the payoff to Noble. Swing and a miss. Back-to-back case for Crabtree's and out away from keeping Taylor in front.
The left fielder, Brendan Lytle.
And this is where things started to get dicey for Pentecost last inning. He had retired Cardenas and Noble, but then Lytle singled one up the middle, and that started the train rolling for USF. Fastball knee-high, strike one. A 1 for 2 day for Lytle, the left fielder. And Crabtree fires in an upper 80s fastball, and he's up 0-2. Nothing in 2 to Lytle. 2 away, runner at second. Up high, good eye from Lytle to take ball 1. Really good bounce back here from Crabtree, trying to slam the door here in the top of the fifth and send Taylor to the home half of the inning, still up by 2. Deep breath for Crabtree, comes set at the belly button and home. Off the outside part of the plate, 2-2 for the righty Lytle. Parsons has been standing at second since the first pitch of this inning. 2-2 home. Up the middle, Kennedy snags it at short, sets his feet, fires to first and glad, and the Trojans able to work around that leadoff double. We head to the bottom of the fifth, halfway home here of the Crossroads League opener. Taylor still leads USF 4-2 on the Trojan Sports Network.
If you get sick, you can trust that we will take care of you. As a Magnet designated healthcare system, our expert team will create a personalized plan to get you back on your feet. Marion Health, great care from great people.
Now for Taylor, number 15, Mason David.
Taylor has scored 4 runs on just 1 hit this afternoon. And that lone error on the board for USF looming larger and larger as we go on. David chops the first one foul as Mason leads off the home half of the 5th. Taylor and St. Francis to start Crossroads League play here today. As Taylor head coach Kyle Gould mentioned, 36 games over the next 9 weeks to determine a regular season champ. Taylor's the regular season victors a year ago, then went 2-Q in the Crossroads League tournament. Then they got to the opening round and they put the league tournament way behind him in the rear view. David swings, gets a piece, fouling it back. It's 1-2. And the lone hit today belongs to this man for Taylor, Mason David, his RBI knock with 2 away in the first. Since then, Taylor has gone 0 for 5 with 2 outs on the big board. David, ground ball to the left side. Lepper vacuums it up at short, throws to first. And a casual out number 1 here for USF defensively. It's been a painful day at the plate for Brennan Frickle. No official at-bats. He's been plunked by 2 pitches right in the middle of the back. Called strike here as Stowe's next pitch will get him to 90 on the afternoon. No time with that. Frickle sends it right back to short. Lepper knocks it down, picks it up the first, and reaching out is Parsons to make the snag. Quickly 2 away on 2 ground balls to the shortstop Lepper here in the bottom of the 5th. Still a 4-2 Taylor lead, but Stowe looking for back-to-back 1, 2, 3 innings. And ever since that 2-run error in the third that made it 4-0 Taylor, he has sat down the last 6 men he's faced. Picchiotti tries to break it up here. The lefty center fielder watches a curveball bend away. Ball 1. Warm-ups continue with a lefty arm in the USF pen. Second pitch high, 2-0. Stowe again wasting little time. Almost plunked Picchiotti on the right elbow, but it's 3-0 for the Trojans center fielder. Back-to-back groundouts to Lepper at short, or how David and Frickle have gone down here in inning number 5. And right at the letters for strike 1 there for Picchiotti. 4-2 the Taylor lead, just 1 hit for the Trojans here this afternoon. Stowe delivers home, ball 4, and Picchiotti's on the bases with a 2-out free pass. And time is called as Kennedy might not get to face Stowe here. Warm-up has stopped in the USF pen for the time being. But it's Dustin Butcher, 6th-year head coach, back at his alma mater, out there and put some confidence into Stowe, trying to get it to the finish line here, or get it to the bottom of the 5th here. Taylor is just 1 for 6 with 2 outs today after batting over 500 with 2 outs in Tuesday's 18-3 win over IUPUC. Kennedy, the shortstop, 3rd plate appearance, steps out, swings and misses, strike 1. Ground out and a fly out for BK here this afternoon. Picchiotti, the Trojans' top base stealer, heads off to second. Throw down from Riley to our left off target. It pulled the second baseman Stauffer off the bag, and Picchiotti in there safe. And with 2 outs here in the bottom of the 5th, the count's 1-1 to Ben Kennedy. But a ball to the outfield could give Taylor a 3-run cushion here. Cloudy afternoon in Upland, Indiana. Wind blows softly out towards left. 1-1. Good eye from Kennedy, and he goes ahead 2-1. As that ball hit the turf, might have ricocheted and gotten some of those rubber pellets into the eyes of our home plate umpire. 2-1. Kennedy skies it up the right side in foul territory. Parsons with plenty of room to work, and the first baseman snares it, and the Trojans leave a man stranded. Here, after putting him on with 2 outs in the bottom of the 5th. We head to the 6th. Taylor still out front 4-2 on St. Francis here on the Trojans Sports Network.
It's true. Many of us spend more time thinking about what's for dinner than thinking about retirement. But if you think your retirement needs deserve more attention, we agree, and we'd like to help. Your local Edward Jones financial advisors, Ryan Jones, Mark Sieglin, Rob Sisson, and Adam Sieglin, can help you get started today. They are proud corporate partners of Taylor University Athletics. Edward Jones, making sense of investing.
Top of the 6th, 9-1-2 due up for St. Francis. And the first pitch is ball 1 to Callan Stauffer, the second baseman. He's got a 1-for-2 day going, doubled as part of that 2-out rally in the 4th to get St. Francis their 2 runs today. And the second baseman's up 2-0 here on Crabtree in his second full inning of work this afternoon. Fastball right down Main Street at the knee. Stauffer doesn't like it as it's called for strike 1. Crabtree, the lefty, breathes deeply. Low fastball in on the shoe tops of Stauffer. And the USF second baseman's up 3-1. Stauffer, the junior, batting .292 this year. And the pitch home. Looking at ball 4, the leadoff man is on, and the tying run will come to the plate in the form of Jaden Lepper, the shortstop.
The shortstop, Jaden Lepper.
And another walk issued by the Trojans today. That's the 6th one between the tag team of Pentecost and Crabtree. And a couple of those walks belonging to the man at the plate. Top of the order, Lepper. Firing to first is Crabtree. And back in the nick of time is Stauffer. Four-2 hole for USF as they bat in the top of the 6th. They've out-hit Taylor 5-1. But the error from Stauffer, who now stands at first after drawing a leadoff walk, is the difference in the game right now that gave Taylor a 4-0 lead after the 3rd. Ball 1 to Lepper, who's 0 for 1, striking out outside of those 2 walks like we talked about. He's the tying run at the plate, Gets a piece. Caruso hangs on to it. The foul ball evens the count at 1-1. Third one from Crabtree. Ground ball left side. Could be two. Kennedy at short. To Frickle at second for one. On the first low throw. Glad ranges to his right to keep the toe on. He did. Wonderful job from Glad, and the Trojans turn two. A 6-4-3 double play. Two gone here in the sixth for USF.
Now batting, center fielder Xavier Croxton.
USF has been good today, 3 for 8. With 2 outs this afternoon. Ball one, low and away from the lefty Xavier Croxton. He's 1 for 2, but his one was a big one, a 2 RBI single to get USF on the board in that 2-run second. Low and away to 0 in blue, 2-0. A walk for Croxton in the first. Flew out to Picchiotti in center in the third. To go along with that single, rockets one high in the field of play. Left field side. Knepp jogs in leisurely. Veers to his right. Our left makes the catch. And the Trojans work around the leadoff walk. We head to the bottom of the sixth. Taylor leading 4-2 over St. Francis here on the Trojan Sports Network. New man on the hill for St. Francis as we start the bottom half of the sixth inning is the 6'6" redshirt sophomore lefty Bryce Adams out of Noblesville, Indiana, former high school teammate of Taylor relief pitcher Jared Crandall. Adams on the year, a 4.91 ERA, a 0-1 overall record, 3 appearances. This will be his 4th all in relief. He also has a save this season in his 3 2/3 of work, 5 strikeouts, 5 walks. Here for the big lefty. So Adams comes in, takes over for Stowe, the starter who went the first 5. Allowed just the 1 hit, 4 runs, only 2 earned. He walked 5, but also struck out 5. So can the Trojans have some more success here against the 6'6" lefty Adams than they did against the righty Stowe? Adams deals one away, 1-0. It's Jacob Caruso batting out of the 9 spot leading off. In the top of the order with Knepp and Colpine. Adams delivers a fastball low. 2 balls, no strikes here for Caruso. Caruso's gotten on twice today. Hit by an offering in the second, and then it was his contact sent to the second baseman, Callan Stauffer, that resulted in the 2-run error for Taylor in the bottom of the third. As rain starts to pick up a little bit here as we're a couple pitches into the inning. So that rain starting to come down a little bit with the temperature in the high 40s. And it's 3 balls and a strike here for Caruso as he leads off the bottom of the 6th. Taylor still looking for some breathing room here on this cold and cloudy Friday. Caruso through the raindrops to the parking lot it goes. Full count for Caruso out of Rootstown, Ohio. 5'9" grad student. First man that Adams faces out of the pen. Payoff pitch almost landed on his shoes, and for the 3rd time today, Caruso's on the bases, this time with a leadoff walk to start off the 6th. So Fletcher Remick in to run for Caruso at first. We go to the top of the order in Cam Knepp. Lefty on lefty here, a batter into the 6th. Taylor ahead 4-2 in the league opener. Breaking balls off the outside part of the plate. 1-0 here for Knepp. Oh for 1 day for Knepp, batting for the 4th time. 2 out of the zone here from Adams. Couple of walks on Knepp's dance card today. Takes a breaking ball on the outside part of the plate, and the lefty looks at strike 1. So that rain just kind of popped up out of nowhere with those clouds overhead today. We had some sun earlier as Adams long step over to first and he fires. Remick keeping a keen eye on him is in there safe. As students down to our left start to make their way to their 3 o'clock classes. Another throw to first. So you can hear the rain picking as it lands on our crowd mic on the backstop. 2-1, bends away, 3 balls and a strike as Knepp tries to walk for the 3rd time here this afternoon. Taylor trying to put 2 men on with nobody out. Inside pitch called for strike 2, about knee high on the front part of the plate. It's a jam Knepp, full count for the 2nd batter in a row. Adams walked Caruso. Remick has taken his spot at first. What does Knepp have here against Adams? 2nd man into the bottom of the 2nd, or the 6th, excuse me. He'll have to lean back on this, a 3rd free pass for the Taylor left fielder today. There are 2 on for Caleb Colpine. Colpine 0 for 2 here today. He's got 2 on the pond as Taylor tries to build on their 2-run advantage. The rain still falling that just started up here a few moments ago. First one a ball for Colpine, the middle of the 3 Colpine kids here at Taylor this season, or this year. Remick, the lead man at 2nd for TU. Home half of the 6th, rain falling here in the league opener. Curveball upstairs, 2-0 for Colpine. It doesn't get any easier here for Adams. Manning and Glad and David and Frickle and Picciotti and dun-da-dun-da-dun on the line. Here if Adams just keeps putting guys on the bases. Wind blows softly out towards left field, nowhere near as strong as it was on Tuesday when Colpine went deep over the left field fence. He's up 3-0 here as Adams bounced the third one in short. Not what St. Francis wanted to see after Stowe was really, really good today on his 98 offerings. Back-to-back full count walks. I've got 2 men on for Colpine, is up 3-0. Takes it right down the middle, 3-1. Colpine, the former Crossroads League newcomer of the year as a freshman. Jumped up to and also a second-team All-League pick as a youngster. First team a year ago. Fights one off on the hands, and the count's going to run full. Rain still falling down here at Winterholder Field. 3 men to the plate for Taylor. All 3 have seen a full count from Adams. They've all gotten ball 4. Colpine said drives it towards deep right center field. Croxton races. He looks up at the warning track. It's off the fence. Off the fence. It stays in play. The Trojans thought it was going to be out of here. They throw home. And it's going to be a long single here for Colpine as it looked like it might have gotten out of here. And Cam Knepp is going to be called out as he ran past Fletcher Remick. Remick had to stomp on the brakes. He thought that Croxton might have caught it. Knepp ran past him, and since he passed Knepp on the bases, or excuse me, passed Remick on the bases, Knepp is called out. And so instead of having the bases full with nobody out, the Trojans have first and third with 1 away, and it looks like we're going to have a new St. Francis pitcher as Adams' time on the hill lasts just 3 batters. First and third for the Trojans. They try to build on this 2-run lead as we will introduce you to the new USF pitcher next here on the Trojans Sports Network. New reliever for St. Francis is number 36, Cameron Nidens, redshirt sophomore, 5'8", calls Fort Wayne, Indiana home. On the year, Nidens, a 1.35 ERA, no decisions. It's his team-leading 5th appearance out of the pen. 6 2/3 of work this year, 6 strikeouts, 2 walks. Opponents batting 200 off of him this year. He takes over for Bryce Adams, the 6'6 lefty, who, if the Trojans did not run past a man, as Manning skies the first one he gets up the right side. in foul territory. Making the catch off of his shoulder is Parsons, and that's 2 tough breaks here for Taylor. Knepp didn't think the ball was going to get caught on the hit from Colpin that almost got out of here, hitting off the top part of the right center field fence. 2 gone, by the way, for the Trojans. Remick thought the ball got caught, so he stopped at second. Knepp ran by him. He is out because of that. And so instead of having a bases loaded, no out situation, they had first and third with 1 out, as Manning just skied away for out number 2. So Knighton's trying to keep this game at a 4-2 margin in favor of Taylor, heading to the final 3 innings here today of the first of the doubleheader in the first Crossroads League game for both teams. The ball for Glad, throwing over to first is Knighton's. Glad 0 for 2 with a couple of strikeouts. Scored the second run for Taylor on the day back in that first. That hit him. And they're loaded up here for Mason David. Can Taylor recreate some of the 2-out magic they had against IUPUC Tuesday? They're just 1 for 7 with 2 outs here on the big board today. David 1 for 3 today. This week's Crossroads League Player of the Week. And knows the thing about driving in runs. Drove in a career-high 7. It's a backdoor stop from Riley. Keeps it in front of him as Remick stays where he is at third. But those 7 runs batted in from David, a career high in that 23-7 beatdown of 2-seed and number 3 ranked Georgia Gwinnett in the World Series last year. It was a 3 for 5 showing that day for David out in Idaho. Here he's trying to get his second hit of the day and potentially give Taylor 2 more runs. Looks at one dart away from him, 2-0. For the man fresh out of the pen, Cameron Knighton's. Bases full of his mates for David. Remick, Caleb Colpin, and Glad from third to first. Third one, David, left side, knocking it down at short as Lepper. He underhands the second and get the force out there. And the Trojans come away empty-handed as they're now 0 for 3 with the bases loaded today. We're off to the 7th. Taylor leading USF 4-2 here on the Trojan Sports Network.
Ivanhoe's has been serving Taylor students since 1965, when Ivan and Carol Slane purchased the restaurant. Located on Main Street, Ivanhoe's is less than a mile from the Taylor campus and is open 7 days a week. The menu features choices for lunch, dinner, as well as 100 different milkshakes and sundaes. Customers can find other dessert items as well. The staff is proud to support Taylor University and appreciates the support of Ivanhoe's through the years.
Rain has stopped here in Upland, Indiana. Part of the order coming up for USF in the top of the 7th as they trail Taylor 4-2. It's Eli Riley, Sam Pesa, and Nick Parsons, with Nick Crabtree starting his 3rd inning of work out of the pen for TU. Lefty on righty matchup, and Crabtree has spiked 2 here in the dirt. Here to start is that redirection goes off the wrist and the sensor for Taylor catcher Jacob Caruso. He's got to come in and exchange it because I think it broke. And the Trojans have the new system this year with every position player, the catcher and the pitcher all have the same wristband, and essentially what the Taylor coaching staff does, they type in a code, and then it's like sending a text message. The message pops up and tells you fastball high, fastball away, pickoff attempt, all that good stuff. And so looks like that one busted on the bouncing off the turf as now the rain has started to pick back up again. So Caruso comes over and exchanges his with assistant coach Cam Screeton. 2-0 to Riley, the top batter this year for St. Francis. And Crabtree just misses that outside corner, 3-0. As USF comes into the top of the 7th, out-hitting Taylor today 5-2, but they trail on the board 4-2. Rain starting to pick up with intensity here. Down the middle, Crabtree misses, and it's a 4-pitch walk to start things off in the 7th for visiting St. Francis.
The designated hitter, Sam Pesa.
And time is called as Taylor head coach Kyle Gould comes out of the Taylor dugout to our left. Jack Ross has been warming up for a little bit in the Taylor pen in the left field corner. And the boss just took a look over that left shoulder to the pen. And they're going to call in Ross from the bullpen. The second-team All-American comes in to get Crabtree. Man on, tying run at the plate here in the form of the DH, Sam Pesa. We'll talk about Jack Ross next when we come back from this break here on the Trojans Sports Network. The second-team All-American a year ago and the first-team All-Crossroads League pick, Jack Ross, steps in. With a tying run of the plate, nobody out, top of the 7th. He's got to deal with 4, 5, and 6. Potentially here with Sam Pace of the DH to lead it off here for USF. And Ross fires in a heater to start things off. Strike one. Pace is 0 for 2. Was robbed of what would have been a game-tying hit by a leaping Mason David at third to close the book on the top of the 4th. We're into the top of the 7th. 4-2 the hole for USF. Ross kicks and deals home strike number 2, also in the upper part of the zone. And he's up 0-2 on Pesa. Ross, a 3.18 ERA, 1 save on the year, no decisions. They're going a perfect 7-0 and tying the single season record with 8 saves last year as a fourth-year junior. Tried to get Pesa to chase one away. He did not, as the fastball is off target, 1-2. Patton runs for Riley at first. Actually, no, make it Riley still staying in there for USF to run at first. The catcher stays in, does not use the courtesy runner here. He takes off for second. Ball to plate. Caruso throws down to the right side. It goes off of Frickle's mitt, but Riley stays where he is. And a runner in scoring position here for USF with the count 2-2 at the plate here for Pesa, their DH. Taylor's been just a little bit off at times today as Ross tries to bring her back home here with a count 2-2. Nobody out, top of the 7th inning. St. Francis batting down 4-2. Another one low and away. Good eye from Pesa on the high 80s fastball, and the count's gone full. Rain continues to fall down here at Winterholder Field. Tying her to the plate for St. Francis. Nobody away in the 7th. And after going ahead 0-2, Ross loses Pesa with 4 straight pitches out of the zone. And their tying runs are on once again here for the Cougars.
First baseman Nick Parsons.
That is now 8 walks by the Taylor pitching staff today. The starter Pentecost and the relievers Crabtree and now Ross. Nobody out for the first baseman Nick Parsons, who represents the go-ahead run at the plate. Low fastball, Caruso back pick down to first. Pesa gets back in the nick of time, with Glad creeping in from behind at first. 1-0 at the plate here to Parsons. Top half of the 7th, and a good one to start Crossroads League play between number 9 Taylor and St. Francis. Second one home, opposite batter's box from the righty Parsons. 2 balls, no strikes. USF comes in 9-3 on the year. 2 of their losses were in the 2 games on Saturday to start their 4-game set with IU Kokomo. Trojans enter the day 7-7 overall. As the wind continues to whip, the rain continues to fall, and Ross misses low, and now he's behind 3-0. Walks have been an issue for the Trojan pitching staff today. They came in with a 2-to-1 strikeout to walk ratio, but it's been more than inverted here today. Ross chucks over a fastball to make it 3-1. Parsons has gotten on twice today. He doubled to start off the 5th, then got left there after Crabtree retired the next 3 men in order. And Ross's off-speed pitch is low below the knees. He's perplexed on the hill, and they're loaded up for St. Francis with nobody out at the top of the 7th as they trail Taylor 4-2.
Now batting, right fielder Colton Cardenas.
The Trojan pitchers of today have thrown 121 pitches. 68 of them have been out of the strike zone. It's been an issue for Taylor all day. First pitch, skied towards Picchiotti in center through the raindrops. He's got plenty of time, makes the catch for out number 1. The runner's tag. The Trojans concede the run at home as Riley scores. And it's a 1-run ball game on the sac fly here from Cardenas, with runners still at first and second, 1 away. Good job by Picchiotti to come up throwing. And good communication by the Taylor infield to have him throw that one to third, where Kennedy cut it off on the way there at short. Instead of trying to get the out at home and letting the runners at first and second, those would be Parsons and Pesa respectively, get both in scoring position. Ball to Noble, the third baseman, lefty. But the tying run is Pesa here at second base. It's been walks from the Trojans, and offensively, Taylor has left 10 on the bases. They mustered just 2 hits on the afternoon, but they're trying to get out of this thing defensively. which they've done more often than not here today, but St. Francis has been hanging around. They're trying to kick the door open and take their first lead. 2-0 to Noble, and the second one was too far inside. Jack Ross, the second-team All-American out of the stretch, the righty home. Off speed, called for strike one, 2-1. Noble's day-to-day at the plate, 0 for 3. Flew out to Nepp in center in the fourth, out on an over-the-shoulder catch and a big swinging strikeout for the second of 3 straight outs retired by Crabtree a couple frames ago. Caruso snatches that one down to the zone beautifully, and it evens the count on a called strike, 2. That is what having a graduate student catcher can do for your pitching staff. A ground ball can get Taylor out of here with just 1 run home. 2 balls, 2 strikes in a righty versus lefty matchup with Noble at the plate. He'll fan at one terribly and comes up with nothing but raindrops and oxygen. First strikeout for Ross, 2 away here in the 7th. A haphazardly slap at that one from Noble, and he's 0 for 4 today. He's striking out for the second straight time. So it's Brendan Lytle, the left fielder, the last man standing between the Trojans and the stretch. Ross deals in a heater, low and away, ball 1. Lytle batting for the 4th time. Launches it foul, golfing it out of play to the right. Lytle 1 for 3, singled and scored in the 4th. Taylor scored 2 in the first, 2 in the third. USF answered with 2 of their own in the 4th. They've gotten 1 here in the 7th for our scoring recap today. They've got 2 on the bases here at first and second, 2 away in the 7th. As Ross comes in with a breaking ball, called for strike 2 to go up on Lytle, 1-2. Ross walked the first 2 men he faced to load the bases. A dugout warning has been issued to the Trojan dugout on the third base side for making artificial noise coming from the dugout. Not sure what the Trojans were banging on, but it was not to the liking of our field umpire today. 1-2. Thinking about it hard, thinking better of it was Lytle, and he made a good choice. It's 2-2. USF has cut the deficit to 1, trailing 4-3. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Ross v. Lytle. Left side, in fair. Up the third base side. This should tie the game as Pesa rumbles his way in from second. They hold the go-ahead runner up at third. It's an RBI double here for Brendan Lytle with a seeing eye double up the third base side between the bag and David, and it just snuck in between that third base bag, and USF has come all the way back, scoring 4 unanswered, and we're tied at 4 with 2 outs here in the 7th. So now the go-ahead run and the insurance runs are at third and second base respectively for St. Francis, 2 away here in the top of the 7th. Tied at 4 for the number 9 man, Callan Stauffer. Stauffer grounded out his first time up. Since then, he's gotten on twice with a double and a walk. An exciting Crossroads League opener for both of these teams, with 1 more come later today. The 1-0 catches the inside corner to even the count from Ross. A double for Stauffer. He scored in the 4th. As USF has out-hit Taylor today 6-2, and they've tied the game at 4 with 2 here in the top half of the 7th inning. Ross's fastball's up high, snagged by Caruso. But the count 2-1 with first base open. 3 walks to start the inning. A sac fly, a strikeout, but then that poked double in between the bag and the man at third by Lytle has leveled our game at 4. Sawing off a slider as Stauffer back, and the count squares 2-2. Rain continues to fall lightly here at Winterholder Field. 2-2 home. Outside corner, strike 3. Stauffer doesn't like it as he looks at the third one as Ross does give up the 2 runs here. We head to the bottom of the 7th. Time to stretch from Winterholder. We're tied at 4 between number 9 Taylor and USF here on the Trojans Sports Network.
When you need the fuel to be your nephew's #1 fan, Holiday Inn Express. We're there, so you can be too.
Bottom half of the order coming up for Taylor here in the bottom of the 7th. We are tied at 4 after 2 runs come across here in the top of the 7th inning for USF. First full inning of work for Cameron Nidens, 3rd man used today overall by USF, and the first 2 are out of the zone here to Brendan Frickle. Frickle, Picchiotti, Kennedy, the Trojan 3 coming up here in the bottom of the 7th as they look to regain the lead. And Nidens has missed 3 out of the zone. 1 away, this most recent one, down the middle but low. Frickle's gotten on twice today via hit by pitches. He's 0 for 1 in total. Takes an inside pitch for a strike to make it 3-1 here from Nidens. The 3-1. Frickle watches it for ball 4. And the go-ahead run is on here for the Trojans and the uber-athletic Brennan Frickle. Lefty for Picchiotti. Gavin Nobles come way a ways in on the third base side, anticipating a bunt from Picchiotti. He sees it as Niden drops in an opening pitch strike. Picchiotti today, 2 walks and a strikeout. Pick off over to first. Frickle lunges back in safe with that right arm extended. Two games here today, 2 at St. Francis tomorrow to start league play. Picchiotti bunt first base side. Nidens off the mound. Underhands a tough one to first. And the sacrifice does its job from Picchiotti. Moves Frickle into scoring position with our game level at 4. And Nidens will not see anybody more coming out of the Taylor bullpen. As Dustin Butcher with his hood up, protecting him from the rain, comes in to get Nidens. We'll introduce you to the new right-hander coming out of the bullpen here for USF. With Frickle standing at second base for the Trojans. Bottom of the 7th inning, we're tied at 4 here on the Trojans Sports Network. Some other scores from around the Crossroads League. Indiana Wesleyan defeats Grace 7-5 on the road. Goshen leads Marion 9-7. That game in Indianapolis in the bottom of the 9th. And no score in, but they did play at 9 a.m. this morning down in Florida. Mount Vernon Nazarene and Bethel, with a lot of spring break trips going on right now throughout the Crossroads League. Actually, both those games for Mount Vernon, Nazarene, and Bethel should be done, with the second one supposedly starting at 12:30. Alas, we'll try to update that as we go. Pinch hitter in here for the Trojans. It's Luke Sutter. Pinch hitting for Ben Kennedy. Taylor trying to get a little more pop in the lineup here with Sutter against the new man on the hill for USF. That is Casey Henry. Henry's been one of the most effective pitchers this season. A 2-0 record for USF. 6-time on the mound this year, all in relief. Frickle, the go-ahead run for Taylor at second in a 4-4 game as Henry drops in a slow-moving 12-6 curveball for a strike for the pinch hitter Sutter. Sutter, 6'1" freshman out of Centerville, Ohio. .250 the average as he plays in his 8th game of his college career. Big lead for Frickle at second. Nobody holding him on. Sutter watches this one miss on the outside corner in a righty versus lefty matchup. 1 ball, 1 strike. As Taylor looks to regain the lead here in the home half of the 7th. Frickle led the inning off with a walk. Picchiotti moved him to second, and a wild pitch as it bounces away from Riley, and Frickle's 90 feet away from giving Taylor the lead back. Sutter, the freshman, versus the senior Casey Henry out of Lebanon, Indiana. Former hot dog at Frankfort High School. Kennedy, the pinch hitting lefty. Corner infielders playing in, same with the rest of the infield as well. 1 away in the bottom of the 7th. We're tied at 4. Inside pitch called for a strike. Good delivery there from Henry coming over the top to freeze Sutter. Count evens up, 2 balls, 2 strikes. Frickle stands at third. USF has scored 4 unanswered. Taylor has not scored since the bottom of the 3rd. 2-2 Sutter, the left side, off the end of the glove. Frickle's going to head for home. The throw, it's going to be high. Frickle slides in safe. A throw high from Lepper at short, and Frickle's in there, and the Trojans lead 5-4 here in the bottom of the 7th. Frickle had to pause momentarily after the ball went off the mitt of the diving Lepper at short. As one of the Taylor baseball managers trying to help affix something to the wrist of Jacob Caruso. Remember his, actually it's not going to be Caruso, it's going to be Riley Singleton pinch hitting for the aforementioned Caruso. So go RBI single there for Luke Sutter as Lepper kicked it around. And here's the freshman Riley Singleton trying to follow his classmate Sutter's footsteps, who just gave Taylor the lead back at 5-4. Toss to first, and Sutter back in plenty of time to spare. That's Taylor's first run since the kicked ball from Stauffer at second. Back over to first goes Henry one more time to make it 4-0 Taylor in the bottom of the 3rd. They watch St. Francis score 2 in the 4th, 2 in the top of the 7th, before Taylor's had the answer here in the home half. Henry kicks out of the stretch, bouncing it in short. Eli Riley keeps it in front of him. Riley Singleton. That's R-Y-L-E-E for the Taylor batter. Last name R-Y-L-E-Y for the St. Francis catcher, for those of you keeping track of that at home. Everybody's saying go Riley. You got to look and see what color those folks are wearing to figure out which Riley you're cheering for. Righty on righty matchup, bottom of the 7th. Taylor back ahead by 1. Inside off speed, 2-0 here to Riley Singleton. Riley, the 6'1 freshman from Evansville and Evansville North High School. This year a 205 average for the youngster with 8 hits, including 3 doubles, which is tied for 4th best on the Trojans. Tried to hammer that one to the moon and got on top of it and chopped it down for a foul ball, strike 1. Two balls, 1 strike, bottom of the 7th. An exciting game to start off conference play for both Taylor and St. Francis. Curveball maneuvers its way into the zone, outer half for the righty Singleton. 2 balls, 2 strikes for 1 and white. RBI pinch hit single for Sutter. Scored Frickle from 3rd. Singleton trying to follow suit. Smacks it towards the gap in right center field, but a great jump and a catch for Colton Cardenas, the right fielder. Singleton just about a foot or so away from extra bases. Two gone for Taylor in the bottom of the 7th. We go back to the top of the order in Cam Knepp. Temperature continuing to fall here. It started off at 47 degrees, but the cloud cover, the wind, and the rain has made it a little bit chillier as we enter the late stages of game number 1 today. Pitch number 1 to Cam Knepp is upstairs. A fastball at a blistering 33 miles an hour, according to the scoreboard out and left, is ball 1. I have a hunch the scoreboard was distracted by the wind. 3 walks for Knepp today in his 4 plate appearances. Sutter still over there at first after his infield single. 12-6 curve finds the inner half to even the count at a ball and a strike. Dalton Swinehart is sauntering his way in from the left field bullpen. Looks like we might see 13 and white when we get to the 8th. He'll go in there. That if he were to come in, he'll go in with the lead. The question is how much. 5-4 right now. Roll over right side. Stauffer at second. Snatches it off the left side of his leg and retires Knepp at first to bring the bottom of the 7th to a close. But Taylor leads 5-4 as we head to the 8th. Here at the Crossroads League opener on the Trojan Sports Network. In comes Dalton Swinehart.
Ivanhoe's has been serving Taylor students since 1965 when Ivan and Carol Slane purchased the restaurant. Located on Main Street, Ivanhoe's is less than a mile from the Taylor campus and is open 7 days a week. The menu features choices for lunch, dinner, as well as 100 different milkshakes and sundaes. Customers can find other dessert items as well. The staff is proud to support Taylor University and appreciates the support of Ivanhoe's through the years.
Swinehart comes in for the Trojans, replacing Jack Ross. As Jack goes just one inning today, Taylor knowing that they could need him tomorrow in the games 3 and 4 of this series. Swinehart, his second season here at Taylor, 6'4" junior. Transferred in last year from Indiana Tech. He calls Elkhart, Indiana home. Has developed into more of a reliever this year for the Trojans after being predominantly a starter last season. 1-1 here to Jaden Lepper, as Swinehart's got to face the top of the order here in the top half of the 8th with Taylor ahead 5-4. Poking off the end of the bat, Lepper smacks it foul into the parking lot to the right. Swinehart this year an ERA at an even 12. 0-2 record, his team tying lead, 7th appearance, 6 of them out of the pen. Lepper chops one underneath, catches the backstop netting, and the count remains at a ball and 2 strikes. Lepper skies it again, and it's out of play one more time. Lepper, Croxton, Riley, 1, 2, and 3 in the USF order today. An 0 for 2 day for Lepper with a couple of walks in between a strikeout and a double play. Swing and a miss as Swinehart blows by a 92-mile-an-hour heater past the USF shortstop. One gone to start the 8th. And a pinch hitter, no, make it still Croxton.
Number 0, Xavier Croxton.
So Xavier Croxton steps in. Thought it was 11 for the moment, but it was just the 2 sides of that white 0 on the back of the blue jersey. Swinehart, upper part of the zone, strike, right back to 92 on the gun one more time. 1 for 3 afternoon for the lefty center fielder Croxton. Smacks it right up there. Diving off the end of the glove is Kennedy. And it rolls softly into shallow center field. Kennedy back to his feet. Just a hair away was a spectacular catch there from Kennedy diving to his left. It's off the end of the mitt, and the tying run is on here for Croxton on his second base knock.
Now batting the catcher, Eli Riley.
That thing came back screaming towards Swinehart. He ducked out of the way, and Kennedy almost made the second great catch we've seen from the left side of the infield this afternoon. And here's Eli Riley batting over 400 when the day started for St. Francis. Swinehart starts him with the ball away. 469 the average for Riley when the day began. He's 1 for 2, but he's gotten on base all 4 times. Pickoff attempt back to first. And back in time is the tying runner in Croxton. USF has out-hit Taylor today 7-3. As Kennedy pinches a little bit tighter towards second base. Frickel takes a little bit of a baby step at second to his left, our right. A ball to Riley. And it's a pitch clock violation here against Swinehart. And they'll add ball 2 to the scoreboard. There was something coming through on that wrist communicator to Swinehart that he didn't see quickly. Swing and a miss here at the plate. Throw down to second. And nobody there to cover, but it's going to be interference here on the batter, Eli Riley. And so take Croxton off the bases, and there's quickly 2 away for the Trojans. Actually, excuse me, they're going to put Croxton back to first on the batter's interference as Riley's out at the plate. USF head coach Justin Butcher not happy as he's trying to get an explanation. So a batter's interference gives Taylor some new life here with 2 outs and the runner still at first in Croxton, who would have been safe there at second base with Kennedy getting a late jump to come over and cover. Batter is Sam Pace of the DH. And Swinehart dots the outside corner with a slider for strike 1. You saw Riley take that big swing, and he stepped across the plate, and it was that, might have been the follow-through that got in the way of Caruso, or Riley's body got in the way of Caruso as well. Pesa rockets one up the right field side. Coming in is Colpeen, loses his purple cap, and his hair flowing in the breeze, makes the catch for out number 3, and we head to the bottom of the 8th, with Taylor still out in front 5-4 over St. Francis here on the Trojan Sports Network.
If you get sick, you can trust that we will take care of you. As a Magnet designated healthcare system, our expert team will create a personalized plan to get you back on your feet. Marion Health, great care from great people.
Taylor looking for some breathing room here in the bottom of the 8th of the Crossroads League opener against St. Francis. 2, 3, and 4 up for the home team. Colpeen, that's Caleb Colpeen, Braden Manning, and Sam Glad. Caleb single back in the 6th, so this is his 200th hit of his career. Now puts him 76 away from tying the career mark set by TJ Bass a year ago. Foul tip got the better of Eli Riley, the USF catcher, who was called out on a batter's interference that took away a runner in scoring position with 1 out opportunity for St. Francis in the top half of this frame. Colpeen leading off the bottom of the 8th against Casey Henry. Bounces the second one in well short. And it's 1-1 for the Taylor right fielder, who also was the one that collected the final out earlier here in the 8th. Just 3 hits for the Trojans this afternoon. Colpeen's got one of them, like we mentioned. Bouncer to the right side, charging to our left is Stauffer. Throws across his body. Nicely done by the USF second baseman for out number 1. New cleats today for Braden Manning, have not produced any hits today for the DH as he steps in for the 5th time.
Designated hitter Braden Manning.
6'3 sophomore would love to change that right here against Casey Henry, who's on his first full inning of work. Came in 2 batters in last inning for USF. First one short to Manning. Again, the DH today, we've also seen him predominantly be the starting left fielder for the Trojans. Look at this sophomore class. Glad on deck. Frickle, who's fantastic. Ben Kennedy, the starting shortstop, was the 3-headed monster of, as his 3rd one misses, 3-0. Manning, Glad, and Kennedy, again, with Frickle getting hurt last year in the second at-bat of the season. But these sophomores, very talented for TU. And the first we'll see of the bunch, Manning takes strike 1 here, 3-1. Also, stellar sophomore pitchers as well for TU. 3-1, Manning toward deep center field. Croxton's got great speed. He shows it off. And on one that will get over every other mere mortal's head, Croxton glides back there with ease and hauls it in for out number 2. Two away, nobody on for Sam Glad.
The first baseman, Sam Glad.
As the Trojans trying to find some insurance here with 2 outs. They're just 1 for 9 with 2 away today. Low 1-0. Sam today has either been hit by a pitch or struck out in his 4 plate appearances, doing each of those twice. Up 2 balls, no strikes. And now 3-0 as Henry misses in with a curveball. Andrew Kent, the junior right-hander, is getting loose in the USF pen in case his number is called. And that's a 4-pitch walk with 2 away, and the insurance run is on for the Trojans, with Fletcher Remick coming on to run for Glad over at first. So remember, Remick had been the courtesy runner for the catcher Jacob Caruso. That doesn't count towards the substitution rules. Does this time for the first baseman Glad, so this does count. So the next time Glad would be substituted for, he would be out of the ballgame. 2 away for Mason David, who got Taylor on the board with an RBI single in inning number 1. Remick takes off. Riley has the ball slip out of his hands, and the insurance run is in scoring position with Remick swiping second. Mason David's been on a tear here as of late for the Trojans. 245 the average, but really starting to come into his own offensive over the last couple of ball games. The righty watches Henry bounce it in short, and Riley, the catcher, smarting here as he takes another one off of a limb. Earlier in the inning, it went off of his hand. Here, it might have gone off the inside of his leg as Henry spiked it in short. Ever since that RBI single, though, David has gone 0 for 3. Good speed in Remick, stands at second with Taylor ahead 5-4 in the bottom of the 8th with 2 away. Off speed, finds the zone inner half underneath the arms of David, 2-1. Turns around, gets the confirmation of where that strike was. And now he's ready to go in this righty versus righty showdown. The senior Casey Henry on the mound, the junior Mason David at the dish. And Taylor up 5-4, looking for more. Checks the swing up high, and they appeal to our field umpire. He says no, and it's ball 3 here for David. Remick, the runner at second, pinch running here for Sam Glad. Taylor ahead 5-4, bottom of the 8th, first game of 2 this afternoon. Nobody holds Remick on at second. That's curveball misses away, and there are 2 on the pond here for the Trojans and Brennan Frickle. Back-to-back 2-out walks here for Casey Henry. And USF head coach Dustin Butcher is out of the dugout. Flips his clipboard down as he tucks his hands inside of his hooded sweatshirt. And it's a call to the pen here for USF as Henry's time on the mound comes to a close. 2 on, 2 out, bottom of the 8th. Taylor looking to add to their 5-4 lead here on the Trojan Sports Network. New man on the hill for St. Francis is Andrew Kent, 5'10 junior righty. He's got to face the man who had the top play in the NAI this week, Brennan Frickle, his walk-off hit to win Game 1 against Madonna last week. Situation, bottom of the 8th. Taylor ahead 5-4 against St. Francis. 2 on, 2 out, first and second. Runners Remick at second, David at first. Strike one is into Frickle. Kent takes over for the reliever Casey Henry, with Frickle batting out of the 6th spot today. Walked and scored. The go-ahead run just an inning ago, trying to drive in some insurance right here. Up the middle, bouncing up softly, scooped and stepping on the bag, and at second in one fell swoop is Jaden Lepper. So the Trojans strand 2 here in the 8th. We're off to the 9th. Taylor 3 outs away from a first game Crossroads League victory. They lead 5-4 over St. Francis on the Trojan Sports Network.
What limits you? Too small, too old, insecure, broken. You have no limits. Rethink your limits.
To the top of the 9th we go. 5, 6, and 7 coming up for St. Francis as they trail Taylor 5-4. They've out-hit the Trojans today 7-3. As Swinehart comes in, tries to slam the door. Looper left side, foul by about a foot. As Parsons has had a nice close to this game so far, a double and a walk. His most recent 2 times at the plate. 0 for all, 1 for 2 with an extra walk thrown in there to boot. Parsons, Cardenas, and Noble. The 3 due up for USF here in the top half of the 9th. They scored 4 unanswered. 2 in the 4th and 2 in the 7th to tie our game at 4. Swinehart comes inside. Beautiful breaking ball that started on the hip. And it clips the inside corner. Strike 2 to the righty Parsons. And the 0-2. Up high. Good eye there from Parsons for ball 1. Second full inning of work here for Swinehart, trying to get the save. 1-2. Fly ball towards Picciani in center. He goes back. He's still going back. He stops and makes the catch just in front of the warning track as that ball just kept on carrying towards dead center field. 1 away here in the 9th.
The right fielder, Colton Cardenas.
USF needs base runners down to their last 2 outs here in game number 1 of the day. And a first pitch strike. Breaking ball from Swinehart to Cardenas. His sack flying the 7th. Brought USF to within 1. Saws off this one to the parking lot. He's quickly down 0-2. Second time we've seen Swinehart jump ahead 0-2 in this inning. First pitch strikes are something that the first couple of Taylor pitchers today struggled with. Swinehart, on the other hand, it's been kind of the money go-to right here. He wastes no time dealing the 0-2 home as Caruso tried to snatch it down for strike 3. Instead, it's ball 1 for the USF right fielder, Colton Cardenas. 0 for 3 with a ground out and a strikeout today is the man wearing 10 in blue. Fourth one from Swinehart, and he chased one up high, did Cardenas, and USF's down to their last out here of the 9th. Filthy strikeout coming up and into Cardenas with Swinehart. And a pinch hitter on here for USF and Aiden Lichtensteiger.
Aiden Lichtensteiger.
Lichtensteiger, the 6'2 sophomore out of Convoy, Ohio, one of the rare non-Indiana players for USF. He's got to get on here for USF to have any hopes of tying this one, and he jumps on the first one and fouls it away. 303 the average is for Lichtensteiger. First game coming off the bench and is now 11 this season. 10 hits, a couple of doubles, and a home run for the pinch hitter. Second one, just like the first, fouled back to the parking lot, and USF's down to their last strike here in game number 1 of the day. Swinehart trying to get the save here and go the final 2 innings. The 0-2. Little half check swing, just getting a piece of that bad boy was Lichtensteiger. He stays alive for at least one more offering. Base is vacant. Bottom or top of the 9th, USF trailing number 9 Taylor 5-4. The 0-2 again from Swinehart to the pinch hitter Lichtensteiger. Popped up and another one to the parking lot. Fresh baseball is brought out to Ryan Bowler by Ryan Bowler. Here's pitch number 5, still 0-2, swing and a miss, and Swinehart slams the door on St. Francis, finishing the top of the 9th with back-to-back Ks. Taylor wins game number 1 of the series 5-4. And we'll take a quick break and come back to look back at this one momentarily. This is Taylor Baseball on the Trojan Sports Network. We're back in 1 minute.
Join the Trojan Club today and support Taylor student athletes 12 months a year. The Trojan Club has 4 different levels of membership for you to choose from. Each level receives complimentary season tickets, while the Athletic Director Circle and Trojan MVP levels receive gifts from the athletic department. Over the years, members have helped supply the funds for a sports information position, purchasing equipment for teams and the athletic training staff, and providing broadcasts of Trojan athletics like the one you're enjoying right now. With the support of alumni and friends, the Taylor combination of spiritual growth, outstanding academics, and a highly competitive intercollegiate athletic program can continue. To join, call 765-998-4331 or log on to TaylorTrojans.com and click on the Trojan Club tab at the top of the homepage. The Trojan Club, supporting Taylor University student athletes.
Here's the Ivanhoe's post-game show here at the end of Game 1 of our doubleheader today. Taylor defeats USF by a final of 5-4. St. Francis out-hits Taylor 7-3. Also one USF error. The Trojans were blank on committing the errors today. Runtime today, 2 hours and 50 minutes. The Trojans scored the first 4 runs of the day. USF then scored 4 in a row to tie us in the top of the 7th. But an RBI single by the pinch-hitting Luke Sutter scored Frickle from third. Taylor took the 5-4 lead. Jack Ross was the pitcher of record at that moment, so he gets the win today. Dalton Swinehart goes the final 2 innings to get the save here this afternoon. For Ross, that's his first win of the season. And for Swinehart, that is his second save. The Trojans move to 8-7 on the year. USF falls to 9-4. We'll be back in about 25 to 30 minutes with game number 2, 7-inning affair between Taylor and St. Francis for the first day of Crossroads League play here of the 2024 season. Trojans victorious in game number 1, 5-4 in 9 here over St. Francis. We're back with game 2 in about 25 minutes. We are back here at Winter Holder Field, ready for Game 2 of our Crossroads League opening doubleheader. Taylor won Game 1 5-4. They moved to 8-7 on the year. 1-0 in the Crossroads League. St. Francis falls to 9-4, 0-1 in league action. Starting on the mound for the Trojans is one of their 3 fifth-year senior pitchers. It's Matthew Dutkowski, 6'1" righty, 190 pounds, out of Napanee, Indiana. First team All Crossroads League pick a year ago. Was the Game 1 starter for the Trojans last season. Has shifted to the Game 2 role, and he deals in a first pitch strike at 4:31 p.m. And strike here to Jaden Lepper, the shortstop here for the folks from USF. Dutkowski misses low and away, and the count evens at 1-1 as Dutkowski's fiancée has just made her way to the stands to our left. They are getting married this summer, so wedding plans going on for Dutkowski and his bride-to-be. 1-1, swing and a miss up high, and Lepper's down 1-2. Lepper was 0 for 3 in the opener with 2 walks and 2 strikeouts. Dutt on the year, 1-2 overall record, starting his 5th game, the 1-2. Bouncing in short, freshman Cal Parr, the starter behind the plate here in Game 2. Count evens at 2-2. Braden Manning in left, Luke Picchiotti in center, Caleb Colpine, the right fielder for the Trojans defensively. The infield from third to first, Mason David, Ben Kennedy, Brennan Frickle, and Samuel Glad. 2-2, swung on and missed, and that's an opening strikeout here for Dutkowski and the Trojans. So Lepper strikes out for the 3rd time today in the doubleheader, and that brings up the center fielder Xavier Croxton, 6'2" senior who just covers all kinds of ground defensively for USF. The lefty cuts on a fastball from Dutkowski, swing and a miss, strike 1. Croxton batting in the same spot of the order he did in the opener. He went 2 for 4 with a couple of singles, walked once, but most importantly a 2 RBI single in the 4th. That really kick-started the comeback effort for St. Francis after they fell behind 2-0, or 4-0, excuse me. Second pitch out of the zone. It's an even count at 1-1. The third pitch is chopped down foul by Croxton. Eli Riley to follow. Then it's Sam Pace to the right fielder, who is the DH in game number 1. Parsons, Adams, Lichtensteiger, Lytle, and Stauffer. Off the end of the bat, poke towards the end of the Taylor dugout. And it's a foul ball, stays 1 ball, 2 strikes. Dutkowski fires a fastball inside. Croxton backs out of the way, and he takes it for 2-2. Croxton started the day with a .214 average. Now over the double-figure hits. Underneath that one, skies it up and out of play, foul. One out, no one on. Top of the first, 7-inning game number 2. The 2-2. Little late action there on the off-speed pitch from Dutkowski, and he's got the count full here against Croxton, the center fielder. Walks were an issue for Taylor in game number 1, as the Trojan Hurlers walked 9 St. Francis Cougars. But Croxton fans on a fastball here from Dutkowski. Back-to-back strikeouts start things off. 2 outs, top of the first with no score.
Now batting.
It's the catcher, Eli Riley. Dutkowski comes in, challenges him, misses with the ball. First time he's not started off a batter with a strike here tonight. Taylor in the home white jerseys and pants, purple numbers, purple letters, trimmed in gray. Count 2-0 as the second pitch bounces away. USF counters in their blue uniforms with white numbers on the back only and Cougars in script on the front. Also in white. Dutkowski jams Ryland. He saws one off at the hands. 2-1 on the foul ball. gray pants to complement those blue jerseys today for USF here in the chilly upland air this afternoon. First day of March, 45 degrees and brisk. 2-1 right down the middle. Breaking ball that Riley watches. Called for strike two. Even count, 2 outs. And nobody on here for USF as they try to strike first in the nightcap of our doubleheader. But they'll have to wait for the second inning because Dudkowski strikes out the side and he finishes it off with his signature pirouette. We're off to the bottom of the first. No score. Game 2 on the Trojan Sports Network.
It's true. Many of us spend more time thinking about what's for dinner than thinking about retirement. But if you think your retirement needs deserve more attention, we agree, and we'd like to help. Your local Edward Jones financial advisors, Ryan Jones, Mark Sieglin, Rob Sisson, and Adam Sieglin, can help you get started today. They are proud corporate partners of Taylor University Athletics. Edward Jones, making sense of investing.
Here's how the Trojans bat here in the bottom of the first of game number 2. Cam Knepp in his normal leadoff spot, but he's the DH here in game 2 today. Caleb Colpine bats second, plays right field. The left fielder batting third is Braden Manning. Sam Glad in the cleanup spot at first base. Mason David, the third baseman, bats fifth. Brennan Frickel is at second base. He's in the 6th hole. Number 7 in the order is Luke Picchiotti, the center fielder. Shortstop Ben Kennedy and catcher Cal Parr round out the Taylor lineup here for game number 2. They face the sophomore 6-foot right-hander Luke Siren for USF, and he burns in a fastball that is cut on and foul tipping it is Knepp, strike number 1 here against Siren. Knepp was 0 for 2 in the opener, but had 3 walks in his 5 plate appearances, and Sirens quickly got him down 0-2. Siren 1-0 on the year, an ERA a tick over 4. 4th start, 4th appearance. Fastball tails away here from Cam Knepp, and it's 1-2. Knepp, the 6'2 senior out of Goshen. And another tailing away pitch, off speed this time, count levels 2-2 for the DH Knepp, a lefty. The righty Siren peers in over that blue mitt, comes inside. Knepp goes opposite way, lifts it in the left, right at the left fielder, Brendan Lytle, who makes the catch, and there's one gone. Rest of the USF defense, Xavier Croxton in center field, Sam Paces, the right fielder. Third base is where we find Aiden Lichtensteiger. Jaden Lepper back at short. Same thing for Callan Stauffer at second. Also, Nick Parsons returns at first base, and Eli Riley is the catcher. 1 away here in the bottom of the first with no score. Caleb Colpine takes ball 1 here from Siren. Caleb collected his 200th career hit in game number 1. It was his only base knock of the day. He also walked once. Foul ball in the second one. He's got it even at a ball and a strike. And coming back into the zone, Siren with a curveball gets called strike 2. Colpine came into the day batting .315 for the Trojan cause. And watches one belt high, but off the outside part of the plate. Ball 2, for the lefty Caleb Colpine. Siren taking his time. Now gets the sign, and into the windup he goes. 2-2. Colpeen lifts it foul, catching the very top of the backstop netting. Taylor won our opener 5-4 after the Trojans scored the first 4 runs of the day. USF came back with 4 of their own. Colpeen rollover right side. Parsons snags it at second. He calls off his pitcher Siren and beats Colpeen to the bag. 3 unassisted, and they're 2 away for Taylor in the first. We're scoreless.
Left fielder, Braden Manning.
A lot of the Taylor students enjoying Braden Manning's walk-up song. 4 minutes by Madonna and Justin Timberlake and Timbaland. And Manning takes ball number 1. Braden 0 for 5 in the opener, and he's 1 for 1 to start, lifting this one opposite way into right field on one that came inside. Good sign to see that for the Trojans. And they got the first hit of the day. They had just 3 of them in the game 1 victory that they won 5-4. So a hit for Braden Manning's. Glad hoping to get a hit as well here in the home half of the first. Third lefty of the first 4 for the Trojans. And a ball to start here from Siren, the righty. Glad was 0 for 2, but was hit by a pitch twice. He goes around on a breaking ball, couldn't hold the head of the bat back. 1 ball, 1 strike as the count evens. Sam also walked once in our lid lifter earlier today to start Crossroads League play. Siren out of the stretch. Looks off into the distance, looks over his right shoulder where nobody inhabits second base. And misses low to Glad, 2-1. Manning with the 2-out single, looped it into right. Taylor was just 1 for 10 with 2 outs in game number 1. Pickoff attempt back. The first Manning's back with plenty of time to spare. And the 2-1 home. Glad rips it just over Parsons' reach, but he pulled it foul by a hair. As one of the relief pitchers for USF tries to lean over the fencing that separates the pen from the field of play and almost went head over heels to try to get it. He's back upright, and the count's at 2-2 here for the first baseman, lefty Sam Glad. With Manning at first, following a 2-out single. Glad screams it out of play, opposite way to the left. Manning a very safe lead at first. 2-2 again, outside. Glad checks this time, and the count's full. Taylor trying to score first. In both games of our doubleheader today, they scored 2 in the bottom of the first of the opener. Full count again here from Siren. He deals home, and a curveball paints the outside corner, gets Glad looking for out number 3. The Trojans leave 1 stranded. We're scoreless after 1 of this 7-inning game number 2 here on the Trojan Sports Network.
If you get sick, you can trust that we will take care of you. As a Magnet designated healthcare system, our expert team will create a personalized plan to get you back on your feet. Marion Health, great care from great people.
Swing and a miss to Sam Pesa, the righty right fielder, and Dudkowski starts off 0-1 here as we're off and running in the second. Dudkowski struck out the side in the first, and he's quickly gone up 0-2 on the right fielder, Sam Pesa. Sam was the DH in game one earlier today, walked twice, scored once, went 0 for 3 in total. And Dudkowski, good morning, good afternoon, and good night. A 3-pitch strikeout to Pesa as he chases one up and away. That is now 4 straight strikeouts and 4 batters faced for Matthew Dudkowski here today.
First baseman Nick Parsons.
4 strikeouts for Dudkowski. Again, it was almost 50-50, the split down the middle between balls and strikes thrown by the Trojan pitchers in game number 1. Everybody except Swinehart, who got the save in our first game today, walked at least 1 batter. Ball 1 to start here for Parsons. Second one up as well, 2-0. But Swinehart was excellent in the opener for TU. Had to come in those last 2 innings, get the save in the 8th and the 9th as Taylor won game 1 5-4. Lifted up the right side by Parsons, and it goes foul. First strike for Parsons, his first turn at the plate here in game number 2. The redshirt senior, Canadian, 6'4", out of Waterloo, Ontario. He sends that one up underneath on a hacking swing, 2-2. Two balls, 2 strikes, 1 out, nobody on, up and in for ball 3. First full count of the afternoon that Dudkowski's had to deal with, and Parsons rockets it up. Glad loses his cap right side. He and Parr are both there, and just overrunning it slightly was Glad as it bounces away from him. Dudkowski has struck out the first 4 batters of the ball game, went 1-2-3 in the first. Taylor was able to get a 2-out hit from Braden Manning in the bottom half of the inning, but could not bring him farther than that first base bag. Dudkowski glaring over the top of his mitt. Here comes pitch number 7. The count remains full. Gets the sign from Parr, comes home, and a liner out towards right field. Colpine races back. He veers off, cutting it off, and making the catch in right center field deep, a couple steps in front of the track, 2 away. So 5 up, 5 down, and it's the 6'6" Bryce Adams who came in as a reliever briefly for St. Francis in game number 1. The pitcher out of Noblesville stands in against Dudkowski. He's got 5 inches on the 6'1" righty. And Matt comes right at him with that bigger strike zone and darts one in for a called strike 1. Adams this year just 1 for 6 at the plate. Fans at the second one, and Dudkowski quickly away from getting his second straight 1-2-3 inning. And the 0-2 home. And his second straight 1-2-3 inning, and another 3-pitch strikeout. 5 punch-outs for Dudkowski. He's retired the first 6 men in order. To the bottom of the second we go. No score on the Trojan Sports Network.
Ivanhoe's has been serving Taylor students since 1965, when Ivan and Carol Slane purchased the restaurant. Located on Main Street, Ivanhoe's is less than a mile from the Taylor campus and is open 7 days a week. The menu features choices for lunch, dinner, as well as 100 different milkshakes and sundaes. Customers can find other dessert items as well. The staff is proud to support Taylor University and appreciates the support of Ivanhoe's through the years.
Back here at Winterholder Field, bottom of the second, Mason David leads it off here for the Trojans. He'll be followed by Brennan Frickle and Luke Picchiotti. Count 0-2 as David lifts it out of play to the right. We're now joined by our analyst, Lincoln Reed, the All-American and the former Crossroads League Player of the Year. How excited are you to be inside and not outside freezing your butt off like you were during your playing days?
Oh, it's always good to be here in the booth with you, Rick, especially in this great facility that we have, which, I mean, you didn't always have this. You and Seth Michael were always out in the elements with us. So yeah, as a player, we knew you were right there commiserating with everything we were going through on the field.
And now the guys look at me like I'm a big softie. They go, "You're sitting up there, you're fine. Like, what are you worried about?" Opening day for Crossroads League play. Count 2-2 here to David as he leads off the bottom of the second for the Trojans. Sends one to the parking lot once again. Taylor Victor's in game number 1. How important is it, since you've been in these situations, how important is it to get the first 2 wins in Crossroads League play and start things off with a doubleheader sweep?
Oh, it's so important. I mean, really every game counts, especially as the Crossroads League seems like the competition gets better every year. But you want to start off really strong, especially against a St. Francis team that's having a really strong start to the season.
David grounds one up the right side, fielded by Parsons, and the first baseman steps on the bag for the first out. That'll bring up Brendan Frickle. Frickle scored the go-ahead run for the Trojans on a real smart base running decision. Was standing at third base. The shortstop Jaden Lepper knocked it down, and then it got away from him. First pitch curveball's ball 1 here to Frickle. Got away from him, and he's able to bet on his own speed and scored with the throw high and as well, coming in from short. Almost lands on the rib cage there. 2-0 here for the Texan Frickle in his first at-bat of the afternoon. Taylor Mustard just 3 hits in that opening game. They were the beneficiaries of a 2-out, 2 RBI error by the second baseman Callan Stauffer, as the third one darts in for Frickle for a called strike. That gave Taylor an early 4-0 lead that they needed every bit of, as they watched USF come back and score 4 unanswered to tie it at 4 in the 7th before Frickle scored. 2-2 here to David. Or excuse me, the Frickle, excuse me. David just grounded out to first. And the pitch home. Frickle sits on a curveball and screams it foul up the left side. Temperature started at 47 degrees. We had brief sunshine for a little bit. It has now gone away as Frickle lines one over a jumping Stauffer at second. And the second baseman for Taylor is on here with a 1-out single to right.
And you can really tell Frickle's hitting his stride here early in the season, which you love to see, especially after those injuries he suffered at the beginning of last year. It's great to see him swing the bat really well.
We saw towards the end of the year, started off as a pinch runner and a courtesy runner, then started to get more and more pinch hit at-bats, and he's been phenomenal this year. Had a towering grand slam here Tuesday against IUPUC. And here comes Luke Picchiotti, the center fielder. Off speed, up and away, 1-0. Picchiotti, a couple of walks. Also had a sacrifice bunt that moved Frickle into scoring position for that go-ahead tally in the 7th inning of Game 1. Second offering, 2-0. Low. And a little rosin bag. They asked Siren to move that back a little bit from where he is currently set up at. Curveball up high, and Picchiotti's up 3-0. Frickle with good speed. Picchiotti, obviously the Trojans' top base stealer on the year. So if those two guys can get on for Kennedy, that could start posing some problems here for USF. And a 4-pitch walk is not what Siren wanted to see after getting David to ground out for the first out of the inning. Fourth batter of the inning is the shortstop, Ben Kennedy. Ben 0 for 3 in our first game today. Did help start a 6-4-3 double play that the Trojans spun earlier.
Ball one on the first one. That's now 3 straight batters that have started off 1-0 here against the righty Siren. Trying to get Kennedy to chase. Ben laid back, and he goes up 2-0. Lead runner is Frickle at second. Knee-high fastball clips the zone for strike one. Freshman Cal Parr, the catcher, to follow here for Kennedy. As the Trojans at the back end of the batting order here in the bottom of the second. 2-1 as Kennedy skies it up the right side. Should stay into the shallow outfield area, not even clearing the outfield as Stauffer's right there at second. Makes the catch, and they're 2 away for Taylor here in the home half of inning number 2. Cal Parr, 6-foot freshman backstop out of Bettendorf, Iowa. Breaking ball up and in, 1-0. Four straight batters for Taylor to have started off 1-0 against Siren. The first 2 on the bases here. Frickle at second, and Picchiotti back at first, and now the USF head coach Dustin Butcher comes out of the dugout on the right side and sends a signal to the folks in the bullpen down the right field corner to maybe start getting activity ramped up a hair. Parr up the left side, but foul towards his own bullpen. And that sends Jack Ross jogging after that, the winner of game number 1 earlier today. Defense plays straight up with 2 outs for St. Francis here in the home half of inning number 2. 2-1 to Parr, chops it back to the left again, and good news for Jack Ross. He doesn't go very far to go get that foul ball, but someone else has now been summoned out of the dugout to go chase that one down. Is there a hierarchy to who gets picked to come out of the dugout to go chase those foul balls, or you just kind of look at the freshman and say, that's you, my guy?
I think it's a equal opportunity operation down there.
Parr, high fly ball to deep left field, and he's left the park. He puts that one in the track and field complex, a 2-out, 3-run home run for the freshman Cal Parr, and Taylor leads 3-0 here in the bottom of the second.
Man, that is such a clutch at-bat here with this cold, frigid weather. You want to get out early, stay out often, and yeah, really great job there, and great to see this Taylor offense coming alive after that close first game.
Second home run for Parr in the span of a week. He went deep in that big Game 2 win over Madonna a little over last week exactly. A week to the day, actually. So Parr just really loves playing here at home on Fridays. Left the park last week. Does so here today, and one swing of the bat, and Taylor leads 3-0. And it's strike one to the top of the order, and Cam Knepp, the DH. The lefty sends it opposite way and out of play. 0-2 for 14 and White. So another crooked number put up there by the Trojans here today. Knepp fouls the 0-2 back, able to sit back on a breaking ball there from Siren to the last possible moment. Knepp flew out to left, his only time up tonight, and sends one in that general vicinity, but foul. So Dalton Swinehart waving everybody away. He's taking his leisurely walk after getting the save in game number 1. So it looks like it's the pitchers in game 1 that are tasked with getting the foul balls here in game 2. 0-2 misses. Ball 1 here to Knepp.
On cold days like today, I mean, you want to chase down those foul balls.
Right.
Get your blood moving and warm up a little bit.
That's right. 1-2, Knepp right back up where it came from, and more 2-out magic here for the Trojans. They were just 1 for 10 in game number 1. They've got 3 of their 4 hits have come with 2 outs here in the early stages of game 2. So here's Colpine. Back over to first, keeping an eye on Knepp as Siren. Colpeen's hit in game number 1 gave him 200 in his career. Back over to first once again. 76 to tie, 77 to pass the career hits record. And another one over to first. Dribbles away from Parsons, but Knepp content to stay there at first, at least for the time being. Taylor's already surpassed their whole total in hits in game number 1 here with 2 outs in game number 2 in the bottom of the second with 4. First pitch strike to Colpeen. Righty on lefty matchup. Siren low, a ball and a strike. We know Indiana Wesleyan beat Grace in their first game of their doubleheader day as Colpeen rolls into the right side, right into the breadbasket of Parsons. He steps on first for the third out, but the second career home run for freshman Cal Parr gives Taylor a 3-0 lead after 2 innings of play here on the Trojan Sports Network. Two innings in the books of game number 2, and more than enough run support here for Matt Dutkowski as gets Aiden Lichtensteiger with a swing and a miss. 6 up, 6 down for Dutkowski here in game number 2, and this one is going a long, far way out of here to left field as Aiden Lichtensteiger clears a left field fence on a smoked 0-1 pitch, and USF gets a big run back after watching Taylor score 3 in the bottom of the third. They strike with a leadoff home run here from Lichtensteiger. First one out for the third.
Yeah, no doubt about that one, Rick. Got out of here in a hurry, but hey, this is a high level of baseball. St. Francis was going to get on the board eventually, but, you know, from a defensive standpoint, hey, you limited the damage. Now you got to start over and just attack this new batter.
Second home run of the year for Lichtensteiger, now tied with catcher Eli Riley for the team lead. By the way, you have been happy in game number 1. Riley actually got to score a run as a catcher. You would have appreciated that. I thought of you.
Andy, in the NAI, that is a rare occurrence.
Yes, he got courtesy ran for once, and I could just see your eyes just seething as there's strike 1 to make it 1-1 to Lytle. But then he got to score one of the 4 runs in game number 1. So I was like, Lincoln would appreciate this, seeing a catcher score a run in the NAI, going all the way from first to home. Third one to the outfielder Lytle. He cuts on and misses it. He falls behind 1-2. So a leadoff home run for Lichtensteiger, his second one of the season. And off the end of the bat, poke to the right side. Good piece of hitting there from Lytle after he fell behind 1-2. And they'll start bringing the tying run to the plate here for USF after the first 6 men were retired in order, 4 by strikeout. They've got back-to-back hits to start their third turn at the plate.
Now batting the second baseman, Callan Stauffer.
One on, nobody out for the second baseman, Callan Stauffer, batting out of the 9 hole. As he squares a bunt. Good backhand stop by Parr. Throw down to first. Tag from Glad, but diving back in time is Lytle. Impressive backhand stop there by the freshman Parr behind home plate, and a good throw to almost backpick the runner at first. Stauffer, one of the bevy of players for USF that calls their hometown of Fort Wayne home as well. Chopped third base side, foul. Strike one to Stauffer. Dutkowski, Holcomb, and Ross, who we saw in game number 1, the 3 fifth-year senior pitchers, bunt up right side and almost hit the batter before it rolls foul. Good two-step there from Stauffer to swing his legs out of the way. But it goes foul, and the count maneuvers to 1-2. Stauffer 1 for 3 with a double and a run scored in that first Crossroads League game earlier today for both teams. 1-2, breaking ball just misses below the knees, and a high leg kick from Dutkowski. Count evens up 2-2. Dutkowski home on the 2-2, swing and a miss, and there's strikeout number 5. And he is really starting to cook here early on, make it strikeout number 6 for the righty.
The shortstop, Jaden Lepper.
Back to the top of the order we go, and Jaden Lepper, the shortstop. Still has Lytle over there at first, with Lepper the tying run at the plate, with USF trailing 3-1. Breaking ball misses below the knees. 1-0 here to Lepper, the shortstop. Inside, 2-0. Most everybody is starting their Crossroads League games here in the Midwest, unless you're Mount Vernon, Nazarene, and Bethel. They started their league play down their spring break trip down in Florida. Not bad for the schedule makers on that one. Third one, up the third base side and foul. But thanks to the beautiful press box that the alums donated money for, it feels like Florida in here, Lincoln, so there's really no complaining on my part, because as you reminded me, and I remember those cold days sitting outside just going, man, it's really cold.
Yeah, this press box is incredible, and I mean, just seeing how Winterholder Field has...
Runner goes. Parr's going to eat it. So runner in scoring position here. Count 2-1, or 3-1 here at the plate here for Lepper.
Just seeing how Winterholder Field has had, all these additions over the past few years with these grandstands and the press box. And when I first started playing here, they had just put lights in, and it just seems like every year this place is becoming more and more of such a great place to play.
That batter's eyes getting worked on as we speak. 3-1 home, and Lepper scoots out of the way. First walk issued by Dutkowski of the night, and that puts the tying runners on here for St. Francis, trailing 3-1.
Center fielder, Xavier Crockett.
Trojans the ground ball away from getting out of this one with runners at first and second. Xavier Croxton stepping in, the lefty center fielder. Breaking ball from Dutkowski finds its mark. 0-1. Croxton 0 for 1, one of the 6 strikeout victims from Dutkowski here this afternoon. Matt cannot find the outside corner. Looked like the same pitch as before. The count evens. Swing and a miss on a fastball. 1 ball, 2 strikes as Dutkowski, one of the many Trojan arms that are touching 90 throughout this season so far. Detkowski used to be a two-way player, actually started his freshman and sophomore seasons at the plate with RBI triples in back-to-back years. Has been converted to a pitcher exclusively ever since the end of that sophomore year. Foul ball by Croxton keeps the count at 1-2. 3-1 hole for USF with 2 on the pond and 1 away here in inning number 3. Detkowski out of the stretch, and Croxton skies it towards Manning and left. Running east and west towards the foul line in fair territory, makes the grab and fires it into the infield to hold the runners where they are. 2 gone. When you have a pitcher that's in a groove like Detkowski is, and even particularly giving up the solo home run, what is your role, Lincoln, as the catcher, of trying to either get him back on track or keep him the way that he was going before?
Yeah, definitely. I think it's all about making adjustments, and like that Kevin Costner baseball movie For Love of the Game, you just got to clear the mechanism, and you just got to, okay, let's move on. That happened. You can't change it. Now let's keep attacking these new batters, get out of the inning. And like we said, I mean, the damage was minimal, and we still have a nice 2-run lead.
Riley fouls it out of play. 0-1 for the top batter for USF. 469 when the day started for the St. Francis catcher. He's the go-ahead run of the plate, and Detkowski hit him with a fastball inside, and they're loaded up here for the visitors. Walks were an issue for Taylor's first 3 pitchers back there in game number 1. And a hit by a pitch here loads him full for USF in the 3rd, trying to battle back here after watching Taylor strike for 3 in the bottom of the 2nd. Pesa struck out on 3 quick pitches from Detkowski to lead off the 2nd. Matt kicks and delivers and starts him off with a slider for a called strike 1. Time is called. And that's because the man on deck, Nick Parsons, was too far off the on-deck circle, too far close to home plate, so he's ushered back closer to his dugout. The lead man is Lytle at 3rd. The tying run is Lepper at 2nd, with Riley back there at 1st. 2 away in the 3rd. 0-1 that Parr is able to keep within the vicinity of home plate. 1 ball, 1 strike for the right fielder, Pesa. Two walks for Pesa in the opener as St. Francis out-hit Taylor by a decent margin. 3rd one, Detkowski gets a looking strike 2 right down Main Street. Detkowski retired the first 6 men that he faced on the night. Has 6 strikeouts and gets ready for the 1-2 here to Pesa. And there's number 7, an off-speed pitch. Pesa pirouettes away, and USF leaves them full here in the top of the 3rd. The Cougars do get 1 as they trail 3-1 as we head to the bottom of the 3rd here on the Trojan Sports Network.
Best One Tire and Auto Care Upland is proud to support Taylor University Athletics. Located at 148 South Main Street, Best One is open 6 days a week. Owner Mike Pearson and his staff offer replacement tires from brands like Bridgestone, Firestone, and Goodyear. Customers can also shop for tires from the comfort of their home by using the online tire finder. When it's time for mechanical repairs, Best One's ASE certified technicians can perform a wide range of services to get their customers back on the road. And those same technicians can do repairs on fleet vehicles as well. Taylor Athletics says thank you to Mike Pearson and everyone at Best One Tire and Auto Care Upland.
3, 4, and 5 coming up for Taylor here in the bottom of the third. Manning, Glad, and David as the number 9 Trojans lead St. Francis 3-1. Ball 1 to Manning, who singled with 2 outs to get the Taylor offense rolling a little bit there in the first. Second one off target from Siren, 2-0. And a fastball down for 3-0 as Siren has struggled to find the zone out of the gate here in the third. Fourth one gets it across. Manning debuting his newly painted cleats, customized from the team edition that he sent out and got back today. And I quote, "They're fresh out of the box," end quote. And he'll take those new cleats on a little jog up the first as he's on for the second time. Gives way to his sophomore classmate, Sam Glad, first baseman here this afternoon.
First baseman, Sam Glad.
It's had a rough start to his sophomore season after ending his freshman season in a flurry. Struck out his first time up here in Game 2. Fouls it off of his leg here, even though it goes into the field of play. We saw Glad's Titanic home run here a couple of games ago here at home as he tries to right the ship here. But again, you say that and you look down and go, oh, it's only March 1st. They still have got, 2 more months of baseball left for him to get it right. Takes a big hack here on a curveball, comes up with nothing, and it's 0-2. Siren out of the stretch, gave up the leadoff walk to Manning as Glad watches a fastball burn away, 1-2. The righty Siren against the lefty bat of Sam Glad, who won the Charles Berry Hustle Award a year ago. Looks at strike 3 here on a fastball from Siren, 1 away for Taylor in the third. Second strikeout of the outing for the starter Siren, and it brings up Mason David, the third baseman.
Mason David.
3-1 the Taylor lead, bottom of the third as they try to sweep this Crossroads League doubleheader to start conference play. David screams it high above the lights and it towers foul. Mason 0 for 1 tonight, grounded out to the first baseman Nick Parsons in inning number 2. Low fastball evens the count at 1-1. Third one from Siren to David, got underneath of it and scrapes the clouds with a pop-up to shallow right. Stauffer covers his face to stay warm, makes the catch with his glove to left hand, and there are 2 gone. But now time is called because something must have been jarred loose in David's bat. Our home plate umpire walking it up to Taylor head coach Kyle Gould in the third base coach's box, and they're shaking that like a baby rattle, and so that bat is going to be excused from the further proceedings.
Now batting the second baseman, Brennan Frickle.
2 outs, home half of the third for Brennan Frickle, with Manning still over there at first. 2-run Taylor lead in this 7-inning game number 2. Second one finds the zone to even the count. Lincoln, do you have to change your mindset at all doing the 9-inning game and then a 7-inning game, or even vice versa? I think it was the opposite way when you played, knowing you get 2 less turns at the plate as Frickle watches ball 2 soaring high.
Yeah, I mean, there definitely is a strategy component to it. I think from an individual player standpoint, it's really just comes down to you're just trying to win each at-bat. And so, yeah, maybe you get fewer at-bats in a 7-inning game, but at the end of the day, you're just trying to win that at bat and win that inning.
Half swing goes to Stauffer at second. He fields it up, and after the leadoff walk, USF gets out of here with no damage done. We head to the top of the fourth. Taylor leading 3-1 on the Trojan Sports Network. Off and running here in the top of the fourth. Matt Dudkowski out there for another inning of work here against USF. He faces 5, 6, and 7. Liner left side. Kennedy just out of his reach at short. And for the second inning in a row, St. Francis able to get the leadoff man on as they trail by 2.
Yeah, in a seven-inning contest, Rick, a lot of it comes down to getting out early on the scoreboard and scoring often. And Taylor did a great job getting on the scoreboard quickly, but as we've seen, St. Francis continually is swinging the bat pretty well here on this cold day, so it's really contingent on Taylor to, you got to really be efficient with the strike zone.
Big man 6'6" Bryce Adams watches a fastball zip away from him, 1-0. How difficult is it to swing a bat and be successful on a less than stellar day like it is? Now, you've obviously played in colder. Everybody here has played in colder, but it's not optimal like it was, a couple of days ago. This one goes foul to the right, 1-1.
Yeah, that old joke about the Midwest, if you don't like the weather, just wait 15 minutes. So, yeah, some days we've seen here, they've been in the 60s. It's like,
it's going to be put near 60 tomorrow.
Yeah, but days like today, it's a lot of, I remember playing a lot of those games where it's windy and it's cold, and, as a catcher, you're constantly moving. So I had the advantage of
you were good.
Being in every play, but yeah, I think it really comes down to, it's like both teams have to play in these elements. What it comes down to is who can, say, play the best despite the cold, who can mentally be the toughest in this environment.
2-1 left side, 6-4 and 3. Having a checkup at first was Parsons. Thought Kennedy might be able to snag it on the fly, and one hops into him, and the Trojans spin their second double play of the day. They're an out away from getting out of the fourth unscathed.
Man, it's really a lot of fun to watch Kennedy at shortstop. He's really smooth, and that combination with him and Brendan Frickel, it's just so exciting to see how many young guys that are on this team that are really talented, and they're already very good. So I think there's bright things ahead for Taylor baseball.
You got 4 guys. We talked about it in the opener. You have the 4 position guys, and Manning, Glad, Frickel, and Kennedy. Obviously, everybody except Frickel played significantly a year ago because Frickel was hurt, but he made his impacts toward the end of the year. Then you turn the page and you go, oh, by the way, you still have guys like Crabtree and Boyer from a pitching standpoint, Pentecost, who's been a rock star here this year, Gongwer has shown some bright spots. You have the 6'8" Wes Hunt. So, this sophomore class, buckle up, kids. 1-2 here to Lichtensteiger, who took Dudkowski deep on the second pitch last inning. But the Twin Killings got the Trojans a ground ball away from getting out of here. Or strike 3. That'll work too. Dudkowski punches out his 8th man of the day and sends Lichtensteiger tornadoing into his own dugout. To the bottom of the 4th, we're halfway home in game number 2. Taylor leads 3-1 over St. Francis on the Trojan Sports Network.
If you get sick, you can trust that we will take care of you. As a Magnet-designated healthcare system, our expert team will create a personalized plan to get you back on your feet. Marion Health. Great care from great people.
Bottom third of the Taylor order coming up here in the bottom of the 4th. Rick and Lincoln here with you from picturesque Winterholder Field. Picchiotti bunt third base side. Siren off the mound. Fields fires a low one that's snatched by Parsons. And Picchiotti retired here on one pitch to start off the home half of the 4th.
Yeah, that was a solid bunt. You know, if that's a bunt where you're trying to move a runner, perfectly placed, just a little bit too far off the third base line to sneak out a drag bunt.
Picchiotti batting from the left side, couldn't use it to his advantage. And here comes the guy that we talked about recently, the shortstop, Ben Kennedy, who's had the rare tag a year ago as he takes the first pitch for a strike, is starting out of the gate as a freshman at shortstop. Here's some of the guys that have ended up with really, really fine careers, one of which is a Hall of Famer that started off at playing other places. Michael Cranack, Hall of Famer, was at third base his first 2 years. Brian Moore, fantastic. So shortstop as a junior, played second base for 2 years. Austin York, great third base, great shortstop, played third base as a freshman. Josh Lane, Nick Ruschi were second basemen when they started before moving over to continue the long line of great shortstops here at Taylor. As Kennedy fouls that one away, he's down 1-2. One away here in the bottom half of the 4th. Away 2-2. So the Trojans have a long, long line of great shortstops, great pitchers, and great catchers, one of which who is sitting to my left. As the rain falls down over. That's the other positive thing of being in the press. We don't have to worry about the rain anymore. It's great.
Yeah, absolutely, man.
Payoff to Kennedy, and he gets ball 4 to get a man on here with 1 out. But what's it like to look back at those 3 positions and have – we've talked about this in the office. If you wanted to have a draft of all-time Taylor baseball players, you could be fine taking what we perceive as the second or third best guy at those 3 positions and be more than fine.
Well, I know I, on that list I would not make the starting lineup. I know that's for sure. There were so many great catchers like Rick Goodmiller and Tanner Watson. And, yeah, I think Gould would always coach us that if we are competitive up the middle of the field, we'll be fine. So I think those positions, shortstop, catcher, and center fielder, if those guys are athletic and are fierce competitors, it really helps your defense, and it really builds a really good foundation for your team.
Rain really starting to pick up now as it pops up out of nowhere. St. Francis head coach Dustin Butcher out of the dugout to come out and have a chat here with Siren. Pop-up rainstorm, again, one of the beneficiaries of having that turf infield. You continue to play on here even on the first day of March, where other places you have to start running for the hills and grabbing the tarp.
Yeah, I think that was one thing about transferring to Taylor. It was my first time I'd ever not had to have tarp duty. It was this luxurious anomaly. So I don't know if
did they lead with that in the recruiting pitch, or did they bring that in at the end?
They didn't have to. They just had to say, "Look, a turf field," and I knew what that meant. I knew it was my life would never be the same.
Strike on the outside corner to Cal Parr. 2 balls and a strike after the mound meeting here between Siren and his head coach. Kennedy, the runner at first, after working back from trailing 1 and 2 to get a walk. And now Parr about to join him here as he's out 3 balls and 1 strike.
And even in recent seasons, they now have a turf mound, which is a luxury in and of itself because you don't have to worry about constantly putting clay down. And usually, rain like this, you would be worrying about tarping down the mound so you can keep on playing. But hey, I don't know if they'll ever turf the outfield, but I think as it is, this is a pretty great setup.
Parr fouls off the 3-1. Count is full. We've done a lot of really wonderful renovations here for Taylor Athletic Facilities. The 2 best at the top of my list are the press boxes at baseball and softball, no questions asked, and it's a long list to whatever you want to have number 2 be. Runner goes. Parr swings and misses. Throw to nobody at second base, but Kennedy's thrown out by coming out of nowhere Stauffer, who closed ground beautifully and tags out Kennedy for a strike him out, throw him out here to end the bottom of the 4th. Taylor head coach Kyle Gould comes out and exchanges pleasantries with our home plate umpire. We're off to the 5th. Taylor leading 3-1 on the Trojan Sports Network. To the last 3 here in game number 2 to start Crossroads League play between St. Francis and Taylor. Rain continues to fall overhead as we're a pitch into the top of the 5th. Brendan Lytle getting it going for USF against the starter Matt Dutkowski. Bouncer left side. Kennedy snags it at his knees, throws on the run right to the crouching Sam Glad at first for the first out. Couple of arms getting warm in the Taylor bullpen just in case they are needed here. It looked to be Nathan Frady and Gage Gongwer getting warm. Again, Alec Holcomb and Alec Hirschberger are the 2 we are penciling in to be the 2 starters when the Trojans and Cougars take this series up to Fort Wayne tomorrow. First pitch strike here to Stauffer. Batting out of the 9 hole, he's 0 for 1. And he skies the second pitch he gets towards Picchiotti in center, ranges over to his left or right, and he takes the catch for a quick out number 2 here in the top of the 5th. (3-1) the St. Francis deficit through the raindrops here in the top of the 5th. Jaden Lepper stepping in for the third time as Dudkowski faces the order for that third time today. Matt drills in the first one. Breaking ball for a called strike one. A punch out and a walk today for the St. Francis shortstop. Fans at a nasty breaking ball from Dudkowski, and it's quickly 0-2. Dutt looking for his third 1-2-3 inning of the evening. Low between the wickets of Parr. And it's ball one. Into the windup goes Dudkowski. The 1-2 swung on and missed. Another fastball that Dudkowski blows by a St. Francis batter. How about 9 strikeouts for the fifth-year senior? And we're off to the bottom of the fifth. Taylor still ahead by a deuce here on the Trojan Sports Network.
Best One Tire and Auto Care Upland is proud to support Taylor University Athletics. Located at 148 South Main Street, Best One is open 6 days a week. Owner Mike Pearson and his staff offer replacement tires from brands like Bridgestone, Firestone, and Goodyear. Customers can also shop for tires from the comfort of their home by using the online tire finder. When it's time for mechanical repairs, Best One's ASE certified technicians can perform a wide range of services to get their customers back on the road. And those same technicians can do repairs on fleet vehicles as well. Taylor Athletics says thank you to Mike Pearson and everyone at Best One Tire and Auto Care Upland.
Top of the order up for Taylor here in the bottom of the fifth as they lead St. Francis 3-1 here, trying to go for the doubleheader sweep to start off Crossroads League play with the DH Cam Knepp leading it off here in the fifth. Caleb Colpine and Braden Manning to follow here with the starter still out there for USF and Luke Siren. First 3 pitches now miss out of the zone, and it's 3-0 to the back-to-back single-season record holder in walks, Cam Knepp. And he's going to add to that total here with a 4-pitch free pass. Was third in the country a year ago, Knepp was in walks. And 3 of them, in fact, in the opener. Had an unfortunate base running miscue as Colpine, with that single to give him 200 hits on the year, smoked one that was off the top of the fence. Off the bat, it looked like it might get out of here as he chases one low. Fletcher Remick was standing at second base. He thought it was going to get caught because Croxton covered a ton of ground and leapt. But as he was standing there at second, Knepp went flying by, and since he ran past the lead runner, Knepp was called out instead of having the bases loaded at the worst with nobody out. It was first and third for Taylor in that scenario, and that also allowed and breathed new life into the USF cause as they were to tie the game at 4 an inning later before the bottom half of the inning, and Frickle scored the go-ahead run. 2 strikes on Colpine. The third offering bounces away, but Riley keeps it near home plate and also holds Knepp at first. Three runs for Taylor in the bottom of the second on the 3-run home run from Cal Parr. USF got 1 back at the top of the third. We have not had a run scored since. 1-2. Colpine, a hard hit ball to Croxton at center. He's twisting, he's turning, he's running, he's looking up. It's at the bottom of the fence. Colpine with 201 hits. Knepp running around from third. Here comes the throw. It's going to be tight off target. Knepp slides, and it's jarred free. Riley tagged Knepp about 3 feet in front of the bag, but the ball popped out of his mitt. It's an RBI double for Caleb Colpine, and the Trojan lead back up to 3.
Yeah, that's definitely a play, Rick. When it pays off like it did there, you say, hey, what great coaching, what great base running. That was a gutsy play. It paid off. And when it doesn't, you're like, man, why didn't they hold him at third? So, hey, it paid off that time. And, you know, as a catcher, you want to make sure you got your hand on the ball inside the glove. I don't think he had time to do that. It's a really tight play. But, man, what a fantastic swing there. That ball just kept carrying. It really burnt the center fielder. I don't even know. Even if he got a good jump on that, I don't know if he would have snagged it.
New pitcher coming in here for St. Francis really quickly. When you wave a guy from Knepp who does have plus speed going from first, do you do it almost maybe to try to catch the defense off guard, thinking, man, there's no way he's going to try to go from first to third and have him turn around and go, oh, no, he's going home, I have to throw there, and maybe force him into a high throw or something like that?
Yeah, it's definitely – you always want to play aggressive, especially on the base paths. And we have a hit like that that's carrying, and you can tell the center fielder didn't get the best read. It's like that's the time to take that risk because you got a great base runner to do it with. Now, if I was on the base paths, coach would have held me up. You know, he's not sending me. A guy like me, I didn't have the wheels. Plus, I never ran. Right?
Plus, you never. I was waiting for this. I was waiting for the other part of that sentence to come in right there.
No, we got a guy. You know. Yeah, but when you got a great base runner, I mean, why not? You know, you got to take that chance.
New man on the hill for USF. Taylor's lead back to 3. We're back with more next here on the Trojan Sports Network. Raindrops still falling here at Winter Holder Field, but Lincoln and myself and you folks at home, we're all nice and dry. Ceilings are a beautiful thing, and roofs are a beautiful thing. Andrew Kent on for the second game in a row. Pitched in game number 1. He pitches here after the RBI double from Caleb Colpine. And it's Braden Manning the Maine's got to deal with here with nobody out in the bottom of the 5th, and Taylor's lead back up to 3 at 4-1. 2-0 here to Manning. Braden's had a good day today at the plate here in game 2. After going 0 in game 1, he's got a single and a walk on his name today. Colpine, the runner at second base. Manning chops it to the left side. Colpine retreats back to second, vacuumed up by Lepper off his left side, but he's got to eat it. Tough play there for Lepper charging in. Didn't want to risk a dangerous throw to first, and Manning safe with an infield single. Also with that rain falling down, might have made the ball a little bit more slick.
Pinch hitter number 23, Luke Sutter.
And for some reason, Braden Manning is out. Okay. Maybe batter's interference. So Manning out. Luke Sutter comes in to pinch hit here for Sam Glad, as Sutter had the clutch hit to break that 4-all tie in game number 1. Ball and a strike here to the pinch hitter for Sam Glad, with Colpine still at first. With one away here in the bottom half of the 5th, Taylor leading 4-1. Kent comes home, fastball knee high, but on the outside part of the plate. 2-1 here for the pinch hitter Luke Sutter. Taylor today is 3 for 10 with runners on, even better with runners in scoring position, 2 for 3. Sutter checks and he goes around on a curve, 2-2. And the Trojans struggled at the plate, mustering just 3 hits in game number 1, but a 2-run error helped the cause, then a late base knock by the man at the plate, Sutter, helped them on the way to that 5-4 win. 2-2, good placement there from Kent, looking for a strike through on the inner half there to Sutter. 2 gone. It's been a tough day for the guys batting out of the 4-hole. That's 3 strikeouts, 2 for Glad, and now 1 for Sutter. And it brings up Mason David with Colpine still over there at second. For 2 afternoon here for the third baseman, David, this week's Crossroads League Player of the Week. Fastball up high, 2-0. Big old lead for Colpine at second base with nobody holding him on. 2 away here in the 4th and the 5th. David golfs it and missed it by a hair from driving it forward. Instead, it's lifted out of play to the right. On a soggy and cold afternoon and now evening here in Upland, Indiana. Out of the stretch and at the knees. Good frame there by Eli Riley to even the count at 2-2. David very polite, looks around, gets the explanation on where the pitch was, and steps back in. The 2-2 home, opposite batter's box. Riley slides and snags, and the count's full. Always good positive body language from the third baseman, Mason David. And there's the one bluff throw to second during the at-bat here for Kent versus David. Full count, runner at second, 2 away. David watches ball 4 fly in high, and there are 2 on the pond here for Brendan Frickle.
Second baseman, Brennan Frickle.
1 for 2 afternoon for Frickle. Bottom of the 5th of this 7-inning game number 2. The Trojans lead by 3, 4-1. A fastball at a blistering 28 miles an hour. We'll blame the rain on that one. And it's ball 1. Still not as good as our 100-mile-an-hour curveball we had thrown here a year ago, or the 33-mile-an-hour fastball that followed it. Frickle checks, strike at the plate, back pick down to first, and back in time by the hair of his chin is Mason David.
That's really heads-up play. Great back pick by the catcher, man. That was really close.
Is that always a feel thing for that, particularly with a right-handed batter up and a runner at first, kind of a feel thing for you guys back there?
Yeah, it definitely depends. You're always trying to communicate with that first baseman. You know, he might give the signal, you might give the signal. But yeah, it's definitely, when you got an aggressive base runner, you definitely want to take advantage.
Third one to Frickle, almost lands, and it did land right on the armpit. And a hit batsman's going to load him up here for Taylor with 2 away in the 5th. He'll bring up Luke Picchiotti, the center fielder. like to remind you that softball coverage for Taylor University starts tomorrow afternoon, 1 o'clock. Interim head coach Doug Gower and the Trojans get their home portion of their schedule going tomorrow at 1 against IU South Bend. Doubleheader tomorrow from Gudekunst Field on the back 40 of the Taylor campus. First pitch is at 1 o'clock, and game 2 will start at around 3. Mound visit here. The Trojans have been the beneficiaries of a 6-game homestand that concludes with this one. They're on the road tomorrow, and then their next series next week is at Justin Barber's old stomping grounds at Spring Arbor. Does it benefit the team going and playing in Arizona and Jadestrom and then going back-to-back weeks, Georgia and Florida, after kind of getting home, getting used to it, love sleeping in your own bed, but then, hey, we got to be on the road tomorrow. We're on the road next week, particularly with those midweek games being done away a couple of years ago.
Yeah, doing those early trips really sets the tone well and creates this this mindset that, you got to travel to play this game, and especially those early games, you're playing great competition too, which I think is really smart that Coach Gould and his staff scheduled those games with some really top-tier teams, and so you're facing great competition. You're getting used to the rhythms of travel and being on the bus and sleeping in hotels. So that, yeah, when you have those games, that's a long shot.
Picchiotti drives it to deep right field. Pesa, though, camps underneath as some of the fans tried to will that one out of here. They were not. We'll take a break as we head to the top of the 6th. And when we come back, we'll hear more road trip stories with Lincoln Reed. That's next here on the Trojan Sports Network. Taylor ahead by 3.
Ivanhoe's has been serving Taylor students since 1965, when Ivan and Carol Slane purchased the restaurant. Located on Main Street. Ivanhoe's has been serving Taylor students since 1965, when Ivan and Carol Slane purchased the restaurant. Located on Main Street, Ivanhoe's is less than a mile from the Taylor campus and is open 7 days a week. The menu features choices for lunch, dinner, as well as 100 different milkshakes and sundaes. Customers can find other dessert items as well. The staff is proud to support Taylor University and appreciates the support of Ivanhoe's through the years.
Two more turns of the plate to go here for St. Francis as they try to get back into this one, trailing Taylor by 3. Matt Dutkowski fires in ball number 1 here to Xavier Croxton, the talented center fielder for USF. Eli Riley and Sam Pesa will follow him. With a 4-1 Taylor lead, Looper left side, one hopper to Kennedy at short, fields at chest high, on to first. Tight play at the bag, but Croxton retired by a step, one gone.
Catcher Eli Riley.
Lincoln, you said it before, and I never disagree with anything. I always agree with you, but I particularly never disagree when it comes to baseball things with you. You talked about how smooth Kennedy is. He's making plays as strike one in here to Eli Riley. He's making plays that are very difficult, look incredibly simple.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that's definitely the mark of not only a great athlete, but a great shortstop. I mean, he read that play right off the bat. You could have charged the ball, but, I mean, that ball took such a weird spin on this turf. But, yeah, he's just got such smooth hands. He's got great feet. Yeah, I'm really excited to see not only how he develops the next few years, but, I mean, like you said, he's very much an anomaly to start at that position as a freshman when traditionally Taylor has great shortstops, but they usually start at other positions.
1-2 the count now to Riley. Strike ball and then a foul ball here for the USF catcher. One away and just a little bit low on the fourth one dealt in from Dudkowski. Count levels up at 2-2. Matt looking to try to lock in a complete game here potentially with some activity still going on in that Taylor pen. Trojans have yet to record a complete game this year. Dutt misses inside. Full count 3-2. Riley's 0 for 1. Struck out swinging. Was the third of that strikeout side in the first against Dudkowski. Fights off the payoff pitch. He'll have at least one more. Then got hit by an offering in the third. In total today, Dudkowski has struck out 9 batters, including a stretch of retiring the first 6 in a row, 5 via the strikeout. 3-2 again. Low for ball 4, and that's just the second walk allowed by Dutt here today. You look at the pitching numbers today for the Trojans, and we talked about it in game number 1. It was almost a 50-50 split between strikes and balls thrown by the Taylor staff. Here, Dudkowski has a strike percentage of 65% out of his 85 tosses. How important is that to just be able to, I know it's a real simple thing to throw strikes, but you can see how well it's worked today. As Pesa, hold that thought, grounds at the second. Frickle over to short, Kennedy back over to first, and that is a pretty 4-6-3 double play. We'll get more from Lincoln Reed. I promise he'll talk at least one time before the end of the game. Next, we get to the bottom of 6. That's him right there. We'll go to the bottom of 6 next on the Trojan Sports Network.
It's true. Many of us spend more time thinking about what's for dinner than thinking about retirement. But if you think your retirement needs deserve more attention, we agree, and we'd like to help. Your local Edward Jones financial advisors, Ryan Jones, Mark Sieglin, Rob Sisson, and Adam Sieglin, can help you get started today. They are proud corporate partners of Taylor University Athletics. Edward Jones, making sense of investing.
New man on the mound for USF is number 24, Corey Wolter. 6'4 redshirt junior out of Fishers, Indiana. Second appearance of the year about to commence. And he'll face the pinch hitter. That'll be Riley Singleton. Pinch hitting here for Ben Kennedy to lead things off in the bottom of the 6th. Now we'll bring in our analyst Lincoln Reed. So we were talking about the strike percentage, 65%. Out of the 86 pitches that Dudkowski has thrown today, 56 of them have been for strikes. Obviously, throwing strikes important, much better than throwing balls and walking guys. But when you're that effective at throwing a strike almost at will and not having the ball end up in play, how much easier does that make that for the pitcher, the catcher, and the rest of the defense? As Singleton fouls the first one away.
No, yeah, like you said, you would think it's just a no-brainer. Yeah, of course. Throwing strikes, that's important. Duh. But throwing strikes is not easy, and great pitchers make it look easy and are very efficient with it. And as we've seen today, a high strike to ball ratio, it really it not only sets the tone, but it just allows innings flow more efficiently. I mean, your pace and your flow and your rhythm as a pitcher, it just seems to fall into place there, and it allows you to just pitch with more authority, which really just sets the tone for your whole defensive strategy for the game.
2-1 here to Singleton. He fouled the first one away. The next two have been out of the zone. He's the freshman from Evansville North. So we'll have Evansville North of the plate, and then actually Singleton replacing Evansville Central's Ben Kennedy here at the dish. 2-1 to big number 1 in white with his freshman classmate Cal Parr behind him. Singleton flew out to right field in a pinch hit appearance back in game number 1. First batter in the bottom of the 6th. As Singleton backs away, that's going to be strike 2. He's got to go pick up his bat after discarding it. And Taylor head coach Kyle Gould wants to take time. Smart move there was the pitcher Walter was already on the mound, knowing that Singleton's have a long way to go get the bat, but didn't want to get strike 3 called because of a time violation.
Yeah, the whole gamesmanship element of this whole time violation strategy, it's still very new to me, and I think it's still probably evolving. But yeah, nice heads-up play there by Gould to give the batter a few extra seconds.
Here's the payoff pitch, and there's ball 4. Now Singleton can chuck his bat as far as he would like, and he'll jog to first.
Yeah, we're talking about strikes there, Rick, and if you want to even make it more specific, first pitch strikes are really what matter. You got to start that at-bat off strong, and I think a lot of great pitchers I played with here at Taylor, the ones who were really successful, were consistently setting the tone every single at-bat, placing the ball where they wanted to, and just really asserting themselves on the mound. So I think if you can do that and be consistent with it, yeah, you're really setting yourself up for a lot of success.
Pinch hitter with speed, Drew Loy bats here. He squares a bunt, pops it up into the air. Oh, this was almost coming our way. Hey now. Drew trying to get us involved in the contest today. Very nice of him, but unnecessary, really. 4 runs, 5 hits, no errors for Taylor today. USF 1 run, 3 hits, also no defensive miscues. Hot corner peels in tight, and Lichtensteiger as Loy couldn't lay a bunt down on some upstairs heat. He falls behind 0-2 with Kennedy re-entering to run for Singleton at first. Two strikes on the righty, Drew Loy. Squares a bunt again, pops it into the air. Fair territory right side between both the first baseman and the catcher. That's going to be way too fast, thrown away as Loy is safe at first. Kennedy maneuvers his way from second to third on the throwing error, and as they say, speed kills, and Drew Loy's got a lot of it.
Yeah, speed kills indeed. I mean, that's a situation where definitely a miscommunication between the first baseman and the pitcher. But, you know, from Taylor's point of view, you got to take advantage of that. Now you got guys on first and third, nobody out. This could turn into a very big inning, Rick.
So Kennedy at third. Nobody gone for the top of the order, Cam Knepp. But Taylor ahead 4-1, and you go Knepp, Colpeen, Manning, Glad, and David with Frickle there in the 6th spot. If you can get all the way to him, there is not a lot of breaks in this Taylor order here in 2024. Loy ready to pounce, takes a big old lead over there at first as he saunters his way back in. Ball number 1 to Knepp. Game number 2 of the doubleheader. It's only going to go 7, so Taylor hoping this is their last turn at the dish. Late swing as Knepp takes a look at its gloves. Again, it's been raining for the better part the last 20, 25, maybe 30 minutes. And the count evens to Knepp, 1-1, runners at the corners. Walter kicks and deals, fastball in, 2-1. Another great crowd on hand here at Winterholder Field, braving the elements, both temperature-wise and precipitation-wise. 2-1 fastball high. And it's 3-1 with second base open, with first and third occupied with Knepp at the plate and Caleb Colpeen on deck. pitch home, up and away, and we've heard this before. Cam Knepp draws a walk. Second for him here in the ball game. He's now 1 for 2, and they're loaded up for the best batter in the Crossroads League, Caleb Colpine.
Number 17, Caleb Colpine.
201 hits for Leb on the year, 1 for 3 here this afternoon. And time is called, and we might be getting a new arm, and we will be coming in here for USF. They've got a couple of righties up there warming up in the bullpen right now. It will not be Callan Wood. It'll be the other righty, and so we'll introduce you to him when we come back. Bottom of the 6th, Taylor bases full, nobody out for Caleb Colpine, leading 4-1 over USF here on the Trojan Sports Network. New pitcher is Jaden Marcus, 6'3" freshman out of Greenfield, Indiana, Greenfield Central High School. He's got the bases full of Trojans, nobody gone in the 6th, and he's got to deal with the always dangerous Caleb Colpine. Curveball runs in for a strike. Marcus takes over for the reliever, Walter. All 3 men on the bases are his responsibility, as Walter started this inning and has not recorded an out yet. Protective swing on the hands from the lefty Colpine. Sawed off to the left, 0-2. .315 the average for Colpine when the day started. Has a hit in both games so far today. 0-2, just below the knees. Fastball for ball 1. Lead man is Kennedy at third, with Loy and Knepp behind him. The 1-2. Colpine grooves into the gap in right center field. This will add runs. The question is how many? Cut off by Pesa in right. Kennedy scores. Loy scores. Knepp goes from first to third. Second hit of the afternoon for Caleb Colpine. He drives in a pair, and the Taylor lead is 6-1.
And that's why he's one of the best hitters in the Crossroads League right now, Rick. I mean, that's a nice compact swing. Nice clutch piece of hitting, bases loaded. That's what you want to see. Line drives win ball games. I know everyone talks about launch angles nowadays, but when we come down to it, the hardest hit to defend is a line drive, and man, he placed that one perfectly.
We talked about how smooth Kennedy is defensively. I think you can say the same thing for Colpine at the plate. I mean, That lefty swing is just chef's kiss.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody out. As the setting sun tries to creep out from behind the clouds that have been downing raindrops on everyone's head for the decent part of this second game. Ball one to a guy that can drive a ball a country mile in Braden Manning. 1 for 2 today. Curveball paints the outer half to even the count. Knepp on the Colpeen single went first to third, so he's the lead man right now. With Taylor scoring 3 runs in their last 2 times up, with still some work to do with nobody out. Breaker away, 2-1 here for Manning. A long conversation going on between Taylor head coach Kyle Gould and his pitching coach Justin Barber. 3-1 now to Manning with second base open once again. And now Coach Barber looks to be relaying that message to one of the 5 or so guys in that bullpen for Taylor in the left field corner. Curveball able to get that outside corner, and the count's gone full here on Manning. Payoff pitch. Low for ball 4, and they're loaded up for Glad. Second appearance of the year for Marcus. His first showing was great. He faced 3 batters, struck out all 3, in and out. Here he's given up the 2 RBI single to Colpeen. Still has no outs up on the board in the left center field area. And the turf, ball 1 to Glad with nowhere to put him. Time is called as Riley comes out to chat with Marcus on the turf mound. We mentioned Glad won the Charles Berry Hustle Award last year at the NAI World Series. All he did in those 4 games was hit 4 home runs, drive in 10, and go 7 for 15. Ho-hum, no biggie. Fine. Second one from Marcus, bounces away from the catcher Riley. Loy making Knepp score standing up. Good read there from the senior, and Taylor's lead is increased to 7-1.
Yeah, generally speaking, your goal is always to get into the bullpen as quickly as possible, especially in a 4-game series like this. In conference play, every team's going to throw their best guys out there, but if you can get past those starters, get into the bullpen, sometimes the wheels fall off, and for St. Francis, man, their bullpen has been very active here the past inning or so.
And the time for Marcus has come to a close. Lefty coming on here for USF. Remember, both these teams play 2 tomorrow up in Fort Wayne. As USF calls on another pitcher here in game number 2, they trail Taylor 7-1 on the Trojans Sports Network. 2-0 count here to Sam Glad with the new man on the hill, lefty Landon Hyatt. His first offering to Glad is out of the zone, 3-0. He takes over for Marcus. Nobody out, bottom of the 6th. Game 2 of this doubleheader between Taylor and USF. It was a tight one in Game 1 that the Trojans eked out 5-4. Infield in with nobody out, right down Main Street, 3-1. Soon to be the newly renovated Upland Main Street with all the wonderful improvements and construction going on. Not your regular old Main Street after this summer. (3-1) ball 4. As Glad checks his swing, and they are full here for Mason David.
Yeah, for anyone who hasn't visited campus in a while, it has been a construction zone in all good ways, all great things, some really cool things happening on campus. So I think for homecoming this fall, it's gonna, for many people, it will look like a much different place. I think in some ways, the front entrance is getting what some might consider, I don't know, a facelift, or they're trying to beautify some parts of that, and yeah, they're building new housing, some new academic buildings, and yeah, there's a lot of exciting stuff happening.
David fights it off third base side, fumbled away by Lochtensteiger. He picks it up. Ball dropped at first, and so David's safe. Colpine scores from third. It's 8-1 Taylor on an error there. Either, it might even be 2 errors there on the punted ball by Lichtensteiger at third, and then the drop catch by Parsons at first. Either way, it's 8-1 Taylor, and the bases are still full. And there's still nobody out here in the bottom of the 6th. Batter here is the second baseman, Frickle. It looks like we'll have a new batter upcoming as Picciotti's going back to the dugout. Frickle screams it through the left side. Manning coasts in from third. Stopping at third base is Glad, and it's a 9-1 Trojan lead. And now the Taylor offense starting to flex their muscles, going for the doubleheader sweep. And Fletcher Remick is going to come in and pinch hit here for the Trojans after being used primarily as a pinch runner in game number 1.
Yeah, hits are really contagious, Rick, and as we see here, as we've talked about, this Taylor lineup really has no holes through it, and even guys coming off the bench can really swing the bat. So situations like this is a great opportunity to get guys in who maybe don't have as many at-bats yet this season, and from a strategy standpoint, I mean, like we were talking about, you want to save arms for those 2 games tomorrow, but I mean, if you're St. Francis, it's a tough situation. You got no outs, bases loaded. You got to stop the bleeding somehow, but you still got to think about Saturday.
So here's Remick. He bats in place of Picchiotti, and he's the 9th batter of the inning here for Taylor. Lefty delivery in from Hyatt, covered up by Riley for ball 1. You mentioned the new academic buildings going up. One of those definitely has your eye in the Horn Academic Center, the new home for both the entrepreneurship program but also the film and media department where you're a professor of. What's the excitement level like seeing that building growing like a weed as every day passes by?
Oh, very excited. I mean, there's I think even people who are outside of our department are very excited because the facilities we will be leaving, others will be benefiting from. So I know I'm not exactly sure who will be moving into our former space, but I think there's a lot of buzz on campus, a lot of excitement for what this new building is going to bring.
There's a lot of room over there as it's 3-0 here to Remick. Do we have a specific Lincoln Reed wing? Do we, or like a room or like a set of rooms or a level or like a, breakfast nook at the very least? Do we have like a special Lincoln Reed space?
Oh, no, not
yet.
No, it's not at all. No, it's going to be a great facility. I think it's been years in the making. I'm not really haven't been that involved in any of that planning, but it's been great to watch and really grow to appreciate all the thought and effort that the team and the administration has put into that building.
Ball 4 to Remick with the bases full, makes it 10-1 Trojans as Taylor will bat around here in the bottom of the 6th. That they've scored 6 runs here in the frame, and Ben Kennedy steps in. Time is called, and another pitcher coming in here for USF. Some of the other buildings going on. We talked about this with head coach Kyle Gould a little while ago. The Stillman Fieldhouse beyond left field, completely renovated. Even started towards the end of last baseball season. Beautiful inside there. Football and lacrosse locker rooms, meeting rooms for football, team space, and even the media room where you see all of the Instagram photos done for all of our sports teams. That's even housed up there. The new indoor hitting facility, or the renovated hitting facility for baseball and softball, spectacular. A shout out to the Rushi family. They helped with the design of the giant Trojan logo and the installation and part of their companies as well. So that's a beautiful spot. And then the housing that Lincoln mentioned is also going up on the side of campus as well. The new townhomes for the upperclassmen students. They've got one building already up. The second one's actually already up as well. So those are coming along very nicely as well. So a whole facelift coming to the Taylor University campus, and their baseball team's up 10-1 here with the bases chucked and nobody out here in the bottom of the sixth over St. Francis. We'll step aside and come back with more here on the Trojan Sports Network. Ben Kennedy up the middle off of the mound and into center field. One run is home in Mason David. Here comes number 2 in Brendan Frickle. The throw to third, not in time. Remick is safe there. And Kennedy takes a spot at second base, and the Trojans pouring it on with 8 runs here in the bottom of the sixth and still nobody out, as Kennedy, the 10th batter of the inning, with a 2 RBI double. Obviously tough here when you're St. Francis at the back end of your bullpen, and now the Trojans bring up Cal Parr to bat here for TU. On the positive side for the Trojans, we talked about it, and Coach Gould's mentioned a couple of different times here, Lincoln, about how their offense has struggled here in the first, now 15, now almost 16 games of the season. You get an inning like this, and a lot of different guys can start seeing some positive results, good things going forward, particularly at the very start of league play here today.
Yeah, absolutely. These are, you never want to be on the losing end of situations like this, but man, when your offense is clicking, get as many guys in as you can, get everyone some reps, some at-bats, and that will only benefit you as you get deeper into the season, because some of these guys, you never know, they might be called up into some really key situations.
You saw an example of like that with a guy in Sam Weiss that became your starting center fielder your senior season when you guys won the regular season title, made it to the national tournament. It was one of those okay, Sam comes in, plays defense a little bit, then by the end of the year he's out there started making highlight reel catches. So you've seen that up close and personal.
Yeah, absolutely. You just never know. That's why you always got to be prepared for your opportunity when it comes in. Just because you maybe start the season on the bench, that doesn't mean you aren't going to play a key role during the year. And yeah, Sam's a great example of that. Really great competitor, great teammate, and yeah, he had one heck of a year that 2016 season.
We talked about a lot of guys being smooth today. He was super smooth out there in center field. Strike 2 here to Cal Parr, and the count is full. The new pitcher on for St. Francis is Callan Wood, 6'4", redshirt sophomore righty. Former high school teammates with Taylor's Jake Boyer at Blackhawk Christian. The payoff pitch to Parr, And it's ball 4, and they're loaded up for the oldest of the Colpeen children. Cade will pinch it here for Cam Knepp. And a courtesy runner being summoned with much haste from the Taylor dugout to go get Parr over there at first base. It'll be number 30, Nate Hickey, the freshman.
Pitch hitting for Taylor, number 7, Cade Colpeen.
So Cade Colpeen, fifth-year senior.
Number 30, Nate Hickey in to run at first base.
Converted catcher now to an outfielder here the last couple of years. And Cade is the 12th batter here in the bottom of the 6th with the bases juiced. That gets away. Wild pitch goes to the backstop. Here comes Remick. Slides in feet first. He's safe. Move everybody else up 90 feet, and it's now a baker's dozen worth of runs here for the Trojans this afternoon and now evening. Cade 5'11" out of Fort Wayne and Homestead High School. Second one off of home plate, bounces away, and scoring standing up will be Kennedy on back-to-back wild pitches. And the runs just continue to pile in here against the back end of the St. Francis bullpen. The Trojans, after scratching out just 3 hits in the opener, have erupted for 9 of them here in game number 2 and 14 total runs. That's the 10th run of the inning for the home team. And still not an out yet up on the board. Colpeen loops this one into right field. RBI single for Cade Colpeen as Hickey scores from third, and it's 15-1 Taylor. With still nobody away here in the bottom of the 6th as the Trojans just continue to rack up RBI, producing hits and taking advantage here. St. Francis head coach Dustin Butcher takes the long walk out of that first base dugout. Another arm coming in here for USF. Nobody away in the bottom of the 6th. Game 2 set to go just 7 as Taylor leads 15-1 over USF here on the Trojans Sports Network.
"20 runs later."
15-1, the lead here in the bottom of the 6th. Still no outs recorded here so far, with Carson Hunter coming in out of the St. Francis pen. Fires it inside to Caleb Colpeen as Caleb had a 2 RBI single earlier here in this inning. Older brother Cade over at first after an RBI single. Joe Locos waits on deck here for TU as he'll get a at-bat. Let's take a look at the out-of-town scoreboard. Thrilling win for Marion. They come back after trailing Goshen. Late stage of that one, they win a absolute slugfest, winning 18-11. Indiana Wesleyan won their first game today over Grace 7-5. We still don't have any reports yet from the Florida doubleheader between Mount Vernon Nazarene and Bethel. They played and they're probably on the beach enjoying themselves right now, which is great. They played at 9 in the morning, though, by the way. Side note. Big score out of Huntington. Spring Arbor, Justin Barber's alma mater, takes game 1 against the Foresters 6-4. Grace takes game 2 against Indiana Wesleyan 2-0 in a pitcher's duel over in Winona Lake. And currently going on, Marion in the top of the 6th leads Goshen 5-4. Count 3-1 here to Caleb Colpine with nobody on. And there's ball number 4. The two Colpines are on the bases right here. A lot of games going on today across the NAIA, particularly with a lot of teams on spring break. But the Cougars of SAU lead 1-0 over at Forest Glen Park, 1-0 in the top of the 2nd of game number 2. And that does it for the out-of-town scoreboard. Here's Joe Locos with the Colpine brothers on the bases.
Number 18, Joe Locos.
Locos had his first career home run here about a week ago on this field. He bats in pace of Braden Manning. First one fouled away. So we also take a look at the upcoming schedule for the Taylor baseball team. They're at St. Francis tomorrow. First pitch of that doubleheader is at noon. And just like today, format's 9 innings and then 7 innings. Next week, Friday, Saturday trip up to Michigan as Locos swings through a breaking ball 0-2 with the Colpine brothers at second and first base respectively. And then the Trojans back here for a not a makeshift, but a different type of schedule for TU. Series with Grace will span over a Thursday, Saturday as Locos looks at strike number 3. And there's one away here in the bottom of the 6th, with Taylor scoring 11 runs here in the frame as Sam Glad comes up to bat for the second time. So when the Trojans get Grace here in a little over a week, they'll play Thursday, Saturday instead of Friday, Saturday. So just make note of that coming up. And the Trojans at home for a good portion to end the month of March. Pitch number 1 away to Glad, with Mount Vernon Nazarene coming in for those back-to-back home series on the traditional Friday, Saturday schedule. Glad is the 15th batter of the inning to come to the plate for Taylor. 1 away. And it's a ball and 2 balls here for Sam Glad, who walked and scored earlier in the frame. Glad checks on one up high. It's 3-0. With David waiting on deck for the Trojans. 10 hits for TU tonight. And they've got the 11 runs here in inning number 6. The 3-0 to Glad. Low for ball 4. They're going to be loaded up for this week's Crossroads League Player of the Week, Mason David. If you're a Taylor player in this situation, what's your approach? Knowing you're up 15-1, you have to still go up there with the right mindset. You can't go up there kind of haphazardly. You're probably going to get an earful from the guy in the third base coach's box. Am I right? Just is my hunch correct?
Yeah, that's a pretty good hunch. Yeah, your approach. It's always about, this game's all about consistency and making adjustments. So at the end of the day, you just want to have good at-bats no matter what the situation is, but also adjusting to the situation. So here, now the inning is just over, but for a while there, it's like, man, be selective. These guys are walking a lot of batters. Don't go chasing things. Extend this inning as long as you can.
6-4-3 double play brings the bottom of the 6th to a close as Taylor scores 11 runs. They're 3 outs away from a doubleheader sweep to start Crossroads League play. They lead 15-1 as Gage Gongwer comes in for Taylor to try to get the final 3 outs. We head to the top of the 7th next here on the Trojan Sports Network. Top of the 7th, Gage Gongwer on the hill here for the Trojans. 6'3 sophomore out of Wakarusa, Indiana. Michael Long in to do the catching here for TU. And it's Jackson McKee pinch hitting for USF to start things off as Gongwer deals in the first pitch low. It's a 15-1 Taylor lead as they are 3 outs away from the doubleheader sweep to start Crossroads League play. And as we look around the league, it looks like, again, we haven't seen that Mount Vernon Nazarene Bethel score from Florida just yet, but it looks like the Trojans, they would be one of maybe just 2 teams that would win the first 2 games out of the chute today. Third one bounces away. Gongwer falls behind 2-1. We mentioned it earlier, the Trojans last year set a program record going 30-6 for the most league wins in program history. The 42 triumphs a year ago as well were the second most in school history, behind the 44 put up back in 2018. 3-1 here to the pinch hitting Jackson McGee, freshman out of Fort Myers, Florida. And he watches strike 2 make the count full on the outer half. Gongwer takes over for Dudkowski, and if the Trojans hadn't put 10-plus men to the plate in the bottom of the 6th, there might have been a good chance that Matt would have come out here to get the complete game. Instead, too much time in the dugout with the Taylor batters carouseling their way around the plate. Leadoff walk here, by the way, from McGee as he takes first. Zach Trojanowski, the new pinch hitter here for USF. So we get to see the younger of the Gongwer brothers. Drake had a fine career here for the Trojans. That included a no-hitter down at Grand Park as an upperclassman. First one from younger brother Gage was a strike. Second one misses to make it 1-1. So again, Trojanowski, the pinch hitter here at the plate, 44 in blue, redshirt sophomore from LaPorte, Indiana. Gongwer, upper 80s fastball, able to find the outside corner to go ahead, a ball and 2 strikes. Taylor trying to win their 7th game in a row as Trojanowski swings through here for strikeout. Number 1 tonight for Gongwer, out number 1 in the 7th. It all started with that come-from-behind win to take the final game of the 3-game set at number 1 Southeastern. The Trojans then have won all 5 home games here so far, trying to win number 6 right here. Pinch hitter is A.J. Patton, by the way, right here, number 16. Foul tipped, and Long able to hold on to it for strike 1. And you wondered how Taylor might handle that tough series against Southeastern. They felt like they should have won game number 1. Screamer third base side. Nice stab by David. They get the out at second. Frickle turns a low one. Glad able to snare it. Looks like he pulled his foot off the bag. So just 2 outs recorded there on the fielder's choice. But USF's down to their last out here for the doubleheader today as Braden McInturf comes in to pinch hit here for USF. But Taylor dropped the first game at Southeastern in heartbreaking fashion. They've now started this, well, they're on the verge of making a 7-game win streak with that come-from-behind win when they defeated Southeastern to give the Fire their first loss of the year.
Yeah, when it gets a team like Southeastern, that's a great boost to morale, but also just proves, like, Taylor's, even if you don't start the year off as successful as you'd like to, I mean, this is still a very talented team, a lot of upside, and it's a long season, so it's all about, trying to improve every game, trying to win every at-bat, and as we're seeing here, like, they really have been taking all those things they learned against that great competition early in the year, and I think it's starting to pay off as they're going into conference play.
Yeah, they had a couple losses, a couple leads that they let get away from them in that tournament down at Reinhardt, just outside of Atlanta, against some nationally ranked and receiving votes clubs. And even though they started 1-3 in Arizona, that Ottawa-Arizona bunch has had a really, really nice start to the season. It's 3 balls and a strike here at the plate. 2 away, runner at second. USF down to their last out. Here in the top of the 7th. home plate umpire thought there was a strike on the board. Both dugouts say, no, it's 3-0, so we stay here. 3 balls and no strikes with Gongwer dealing out of the stretch. She fires home. There's strike number 1. With a win tonight, Taylor will move to 9-7, 2-0 in the Crossroads League. Low for ball 4. The top of the 7th rolls on here for USF. And just like the Trojans did, they're starting to empty their bench to get some guys some at-bats. Here's David Osley. Two on for USF, top of the 7th. They are down 15-1 to Taylor. Gongwer bounces it in short, Long covers it up for a ball. Gavin Noble waits on deck to pinch hit here for USF if the game rolls on. Gongwer misses high, and here comes pitching coach Justin Barber to have a chat with the younger of the Gongwer boys that have played here at Taylor. Long thought he was going to go be a part of it. He'll just walk behind home plate. This has been a 1-on-1 meeting with Barber and Gongwer. We're in the top of the 7th. Taylor ahead 15-1. They won the opener today 5-4. They scored the first 4 runs of that game, then watched USF come back with 4 in a row to tie it. The Trojans get a pinch hit infield single from Luke Sutter. Got kicked around a little bit there by the USF shortstop Jaden Lepper. That allowed Frickle to bet on his speed and score from third. And then after that, Dalton Swinehart came in and slammed the door in the 8th and 9th innings to pick up his second save of the season. And here, this has been all Trojans. They scored 3 in the bottom of the 3rd on Cal Parr's 3-run home run. And since then, they've been on cruise control since, highlighted by the 11 runs scored in the bottom of the 6th. Third one misses here from Gongwer. And it's 3-0 here to Ousley. Not a soul up in that Taylor bullpen right now, leading 15-1. And it's a 4-pitch walk, and they're loaded up here for USF. With, again, Gavin Noble coming in to pinch hit here as both teams giving their guys some much-needed live at-bats against an opposing pitcher. Just when we said there was nobody up in the pen, there have now been folks summoned to the Taylor bullpen to start their warming up with haste. And it's Connor Miller that's been sent out there, the junior out of Fort Wayne. And a ball here to the pinch hitting lefty Noble. Low, that Long able to cover it up. Bases full of Cougars here in the top of the 7th. They trail Taylor 15-1, trying to avoid the Cougars are dropping both games of this doubleheader today to start off Crossroads League play across the league here today and into tomorrow. Fastball letter high, and Gongwer gets a strike. 2-1. So Miller starts to play catch in the Taylor bullpen just in case he's needed here to get the final out. A ground ball would do it. Big swing and a miss here from Noble, the pinch hitter, and USF's down to their last strike. Bases full for USF. They trail by 14 here in the top of the 7th. Gongwer trying to slam the door here, and a looking strike 3 brings the game to a conclusion. The Trojans, a dominating game number 2 win, 15-1, the Taylor victory here to complete the doubleheader sweep to start Crossroads League play on the right foot. Lincoln Reed.
No, I mean, there's nothing better than starting off 2-0 in the Crossroads League. As we've seen the past few seasons, the Crossroads just seems to be getting more and more competitive. Even this, we were talking, this St. Francis team is they had a really strong start to this year. So who knows? You know, it's really anybody's opportunity to take the league. So yeah, you want to start off strong, and as we saw today, had a close first game, but man, the offense really roared back in the second game. So if I'm Taylor going into tomorrow, I mean, you got to keep this momentum going, keep the bats hot. And, man, for St. Francis, man, they've really dug into their bullpen. So I don't know what their strategy is going to be for tomorrow, but I mean, if Taylor's proved today, if you can get into the bullpen, things can quickly unravel.
Good news for both teams tomorrow. Will be significantly warmer tomorrow in Fort Wayne, about 10 degrees warmer, and about 57 degrees when the first pitch is dealt tomorrow at high noon. We'll take a break, and we'll come back with the Ivanhoe's post-game show to look back at both games today. That's coming up next here on the Trojan Sports Network.
When you need the fuel to be your nephew's #1 fan, Holiday Inn Express. We're there, so you can be too.
Greek's Pizzeria in Upland opened its doors in December of 2017. Over the years, there have been more than 140 Greeks opened across the country, with 24 Indiana locations. When it comes to pizza, Greeks offers customers the option to create their own pizza or to try one of Greek's specialized pizzas. Greeks uses fresh, homemade, hand-tossed dough, Greek's Italian sauce, select blended cheeses, gourmet toppings, and the same method of preparation since the first restaurant opened in 1969. The kitchen can also whip up a sandwich served on fresh French-style bread, or can put that sandwich into a pizza shell wrap. Customers can also add breadsticks or French-style bread as a side item. Greeks also offers a selection of salads and assorted dressings as well. Greeks is located just off Main Street in Upland and is a proud supporter of Taylor University Athletics. Greek's Pizzeria. It's our taste.
Ivanhoe's has been serving Taylor students since 1965 when Ivan and Carol Slane purchased the restaurant. Located on Main Street, Ivanhoe's is less than a mile from the Taylor campus and is open 7 days a week. The menu features choices for lunch, dinner, as well as 100 different milkshakes and sundaes. Customers can find other dessert items as well. The staff is proud to support Taylor University and appreciates the support of Ivanhoe's through the years.
Life to the full for me looks like approaching every conversation as if it is for the kingdom and to the glory of God.
Life to the full to me means being present where your 2 feet are at.
When I think of life to the full, I think of joy, especially the Taylor body, the Taylor community, what Taylor has to offer.
The way we're equipping students to live life to the full is that we're helping them have a global humility.
There are so many things at Taylor that are preparing me to live life to the full. I love doing research and engaging in projects within my major, computer science, so I could go from programming 1 minute to doing a Bollywood dance and performing as part of Mosaic Night the next.
We have a lot of opportunity here to help students and to equip them to live life full now and well beyond their years at Taylor, and part of that is the intentionality we have with developing relationships with one another.
I'm experiencing life to the full at Taylor through the different opportunities that Taylor allows us to learn about different cultures, people, and places.
I love that we get to do chapel together 3 times a week. Nobody takes attendance. Nobody tells me I have to be there, but I get to be there.
I think I see that in sports, on the football field, in the throwing ring, in classes, and also in student leadership positions.
I experience life to the full at chapel because I get to play in a chapel band. And I get to sit up there and play piano and glorify God with one of my gifts.
The community gives me a sense of life to the full in that I get to see students go through their 4 years here, develop as intellectuals and scholars, be prepared for their vocations, and go out into the world and influence the world for Christ.
Welcome back to picturesque Winter Holder Field, just a few short miles away from the bustling metropolis. It is downtown Upland, Indiana. Rick Johnston, the head coach of the Trojans, Kyle Gould here joining us on the Ivanhoe's post-game show. Nail-biter in game number 1, and your offense flexes its muscles in game number 2. Before we get into the specifics of both games, what do you think about the two performances today? Start off 2-0 in the league.
Yeah, well, we'll certainly take that. Game 1 we used too many. We used 4 pitchers. It's an expensive win, but you'd rather have an expensive win than an expensive loss, right? So I thought, Dalton was great for those 2 innings, and he really came in. We've kind of moved him to that role he started last year, and I think it fits him. He comes in throwing 91, 92 with that good slider and just kind of blew him away. He's a great competitor. So I thought that was good. And then, when you use 4 pitchers, between games, we're like, I mean, Matt, you got to get us back on schedule, man. You got to get us going. And he did. He gave us 6 great innings and kind of opened it up late, and would rather not use Gage in a 15-1 game, but he was already hot, and so felt like we kind of had to use him. And then, I thought the big play in game 1 obviously brings Sutter into pinch hit, and he gets that big hit, obviously game-winning run. But I thought that was a big spot, for a freshman guy to do that. And then in game 2, you forget it, 0-0, another freshman who doesn't start all the time, Cal Parr, hits that 3-run homer.
Big one. Big shot.
Yeah, and on a day when the ball's not traveling, and, he hits that ball out, and all of a sudden – what was 0-0 and like super, super tight, it just gave us that cushion, and I think it was just kind of hard to overcome. And so, for those 2 freshman guys who aren't in the lineup every day, I thought that was a big highlight for me watching. And then, like I said, I thought Dalton was fantastic and Matt was fantastic. So, yeah, the takeaways. There's also a lot of things that weren't great if we want to talk about that. But.
Well, we can if you want, but I think that might have been discussed, before you came up here and chatted, so I don't want you to have to rehash all of that stuff. Happy thoughts here in the booth. We're warm. Happy thoughts up here.
I'll say this. We only gave up, 4 or 5 runs on the day.
5, yeah.
But we walked or hit 16 guys, and you can't put a guy on base every inning and expect to be successful. If we do that tomorrow, we'll probably pay for it. And so, and then I think on offense, we left some things out there in the first game, and it's some stuff that we've been working hard at, and the guys are working really hard at, and we're just not executing it. We're just not delivering in our bats on some stuff that everybody's aware of and they're working hard at. And so I think, obviously we're playing well here. We swept the 6-game homestand, and that feels great. But there's room for improvement. I'll say that. And these guys are working hard. It's an awesome group of guys. They want to be really good, and we definitely have areas to get better.
Your team has won 7 games in a row dating back to the win against Southeastern to finish up that 3-game set down there. You mentioned the go-ahead hit for Sutter. I also thought the base running acumen and betting on yourself and Brendan Frickle was really key as well, because that's a tight spot. He's at third. Shortstop's got a pretty good arm, and he saw that ball roll away just enough, and he's like, I'm just going to go, and forced a high throw there.
Well, we had 2 sends there. The one with Picciotti early when the ball got away from their second baseman, and then with Brennan. And it's a little easier to send him with the way we're swinging the bats, to be honest. But it turned out to be 2 of the 5 runs. Where they scored when the ball was in the infield still. So those were 2 really big plays. But we have some really good athletes and aggressive guys who can run, and heads-up players. So, yeah, those were big plays. And hopefully we can, stabilize our offense a little bit, drive the ball a little bit better, be a little bit more consistent on offense. And, pitchers they command the zone so great the last 4 games, 5 games. And tonight it just got away from us.
You talk about your game 2 starter and Matt Dutkowski. Was there a potential if there weren't so many guys going to the plate there in the 6th that you would have gone out there in the 7th just to, like you said, get you guys back on schedule?
Well, he was going to finish it when it was 4-1, and then when it got to 7-1, and part of it's just the time. When you've gone 6 innings going for the 7th, you can't sit there for 10, 15, 20 minutes and go back out.
Particularly in this cold weather, too, right?
It just doesn't. It's just not how the body. Like if it's the 1st or 2nd inning, it's not a big deal. But when you're getting close to fatigue, anyways, and we have a ton of belief in Gage. He's had. I mean, he beat Southeastern. He's been great for us. And he could have handled that a little better in a 15-1 game. But I think the adrenaline's gone at that point. But you could see him. He's out there, man. He's got good stuff. And, he's really, really good. And so I'm glad he got out there. It's just if we had known we were gonna send 13 guys before they got an out, we probably wouldn't have had to get Gage hot. But we got plenty of guys tomorrow. We're excited. Holcomb and Hirschberg will start, but we still have David Platt and Wes Hunt and Jared Crandall and Frady and Boyer. All those guys haven't pitched yet, and a couple of guys from today will be able to come back tomorrow.
Last thing about Matt, who was fantastic. Now he strikes out 5 of the first 6 guys he faces. Then he gives up that home run to lead things off in the 3rd. What does it say about his mental makeup and just, probably just being a 5th-year senior guy that he gives that up and then boom, he was right back locked in and then just mowing guys down left and right?
Well, we actually talked about it after the game. It was like a guy and he crushed it. It's like, okay, you get 1 point for that. But he went 6 innings, 3 hits, 1 run. I think 9 strikeouts.
9.
Like what a performance! And in that moment when you give up the home run, it can cause you to flinch. But in the big picture, if we had said before the start, hey Matt, how do you feel about 6 innings, 3 hits, 1 run, 9 strikeouts? I think he'd have done a backflip to take it.
I would have paid to watch him do a backflip, by the way.
But he was. I think he was runner-up to pitcher of the year in our league last year. He's just been so good for so long, and he's such a competitor. And obviously the velocity's good, the breaking ball's good, and has pitched in some big games for us, and so having him and Gable on day 1 is a good thing.
Congrats to the 2 wins, and enjoy tomorrow as you have a nasty cough. I need to get you some nice lemon tea or something, a little honey.
I'm doing good. No, go back to St. Francis, and our goal is to we want to win every series, and we haven't done that yet, so I'm sure we'll get their best shot tomorrow.
Be a fun one. Good luck.
All right, thanks, Rick.
That's Taylor head coach. Here on the Ivanhoe's post-game show as the Trojans defeat St. Francis today 5-4 in the opener and 15-1 to close it out tonight. The Trojans move to 9-7 on the year, 2-0 in the Crossroads League, and they've now won 7 straight contests. Special thanks to Meredith, our producer today, and the executive producer of the Trojan Sports Network is, as always, Seth Michael. Baseball's on the road both tomorrow and all next week. We'll see you in a couple of weeks' time for baseball back here when they return home to continue Crossroads League play. But tomorrow, we have got softball starting their first home doubleheader of the year against IU South Bend. First pitch comes up from Gudekunst Field at 1 o'clock tomorrow. Should be a fun time there with the softball team coming off a couple of nice wins and a really nice set of performances down in Kentucky last weekend. So, final scores today from the Crossroads League opener for Taylor and St. Francis. The Trojans win both 5-4 and 15-1. This has been a presentation of Taylor Baseball on the Trojan Sports Network. Until we talk to you again, we say goodnight from Upland, Indiana.
Proceeding has been a presentation of the Trojan Sports Network.